Oh shoot, it's time to play Kahoot.
Aw shoot, it's time to play Kahoot. Aw shoot, it's time to play Kahoot.
Aw shoot, it's time to play Kahoot. It's a friendly competition, but a competition nonetheless. Boy, it's time to play Kahoot. I hope that all y'all brought your best. If you studied for the quiz, then you don't even gotta guess. We inside the lab and we not coming out like house arrest. One would say that we obsessed with learning, plus we having fun. I'm like Obi-Wan Kenobi. You see all my patty ones, quiet and the chatty ones. Everybody playing it. It's a battle of our wits, and we make it live and lit. It's lit. I got the keys, I'm the plug, I'm the admin. Look at the screen, pick the pen, go on and log in. You better be ready with that knowledge in your noggin. Ready? Cause when that countdown in, you know we going in. Aw shoot, it's time to play Kahoot. It may seem like horseplay, but now we learning as a group. We standing resolute, and we gaining knowledge bit by bit. Sometimes learning's quiet, other times it's loud and passionate.
There's no running from this L. If you know you didn't study, play me one-on-one or with your group, go get your buddies. In the end, it's a win-win. If you win or lose, we gonna discuss the answers when we finish as a group. But until that time comes, we pushing one another, engaging in some healthy competition with each other. We gauging what we know to see just what we need to learn. Catch me on this answer street, look at all these coins I earned.
Got my nickname, got my A game, so let's get it poppin'. When I get them answers right, ice cream like Baskin Robbins. Taking candy from a baby, but no, I'm not robbing. If you sleeping on a kid, boy, wake up because you slobbing.
If you sleeping on us, then I hope you tossing and turning. We not just playing games, show we actually learning. And we constantly yearning to learn something new every day. Check my grades and my conduct, yeah, I slay.
Aw shoot, it's time to play Kahoot. It may seem like horseplay, but now we learning as a group. We standing resolute, and we gaining knowledge bit by bit. Sometimes learning's quiet, other times it's loud and passionate.
Sometimes we are silent and we taking standardized tests. It's so quiet you could hear a pen drop off the desk. Sometimes this is best we learn, yes, I confess. But sometimes we get energy to burn, yes, we a mess.
But we not talking crazy riot like a violent protest. Everything under control, man, we focused on progress. And part of the process is inviting interest into lessons, integrating ideas like Pinterest.
You think we at recess, these smiles on our face. And when we play Kahoot, man, I'm always gonna place first, second, maybe third in the worst case. Getting all them answers right, green glowing on my face.
Nobody catch fits, we all good sports. All out like a blitz ball, like we on the court. Yeah, we gain in our brain, you can check the report. If you got a migraine, we apologize for the noise, sorry.
Aw shoot, it's time to play Kahoot. It may seem like horseplay, but now we learning as a group. We standing resolute, and we gaining knowledge bit by bit. Sometimes learning's quiet, other times it's loud and passionate.
Top of the game, I'm a Kahoot star. Ain't no hoopla to it. Second guessing y'all with no stone chairs. I can't be Susan. Got the codes to the game. In my name, make a bang. Red and blue sauce like Among Us. I can't be choosing. I'm a quick card clicking buzzer beater with the top spot. Green I see if you ain't me, you just a knockoff. Grades got COVID, but in game of Jimmy Neutron. Player of the year, just like an X and never miss. Nah. Sean is on my eye like Pixar. Got the people cheating, trying to see just what my picks are. Still 10 toes down at the tip top. Get one wrong, I like to beat you by a big drop. Counterfeit friends, capping can't throw me off. Never missing mine, you at a time just like a TikTok. Leaderboard legend with the bars, they call me Hoop Pac. Y'all ain't ready like audio, only Zoom calls. Check my resume, 30 games, one no true false. That's auto admission to Harvard and that's by default. I'm the product that's popping, got y'all on recall. Einstein needed me when it comes to MC dog. Squaring up ends like KSI couldn't beat Paul. Leaderboard level super high, I don't see loss. Smart board, intellect for show, I can be wrong, never slow. Y'all Nevada slow, gotta keep up. And I'm winning. And there's something about this music hitting different. You know this ain't Uno, can't reverse the order we in. Like a stoplight when you're running late, you never see the green in. I'm a hey batter hit maker on an off day. Hands too good, good, I guess I should've gotten Allstate. Oops, y'all, gotta make it quicker like a State Farm. Too far, I don't know who you are. Shoot, I'm a Kahoot star. Ain't no hoopla to it, second guessing y'all with no stone chairs. I can't be Susan, got the codes to the game. In my name, make a bang, red and blue, sounds like Among Us. I can't be choosing, I'm a quick card clicking buzzer beater with the top spot. Green, I see if you ain't me, you just a knockoff. Grades got COVID, but in game of Jimmy Neutron. Player of the year, that's why I'm top of the game, I'm a Kahoot star. Ain't no hoopla to it, second guessing, I'll play y'all like chess. Imagine losing, got the codes to the game. In my zone like a mang, red and blue, sounds like Among Us. I can't be choosing, I'm a quick card clicking buzzer beater with the top spot. Ain't making green, ain't me, you just a knockoff. Grades malnourished, but we eating now like Rick Ross. Player of the year, just like an next and never miss, nah. Top of the game, I'm a Kahoot star. Ain't no hoopla to it. Second guessing y'all with no stone chairs. I can't be Susan. Got the codes to the game. In my name, make a bang. Red and blue sauce like Among Us. I can't be choosing. I'm a quick card clicking buzzer beater with the top spot. Green, I see if you ain't me, you just a knockoff. Grades got COVID, but in game of Jimmy Neutron. Player of the year, just like an X and never miss. Nah. Sean is on my eye like Pixar. Got the people cheating, trying to see just what my picks are. Still 10 toes down at the tip top. Get one wrong, I like to beat you by a big drop. Counterfeit friends, capping can't throw me off. Never missing mine, you at a time just like a TikTok. Leaderboard legend with the bars, they call me Hoop Pock. Y'all ain't ready like audio, only Zoom calls. Check my resume, 30 games, one no true false. That's auto admission to Harvard and that's by default. I'm the product that's popping, got y'all on recall. Einstein needed me when it comes to MC dog. Squaring up and like KS, I couldn't beat Paul. Leaderboard level super high, I don't see loss. Smartboard, intellect for show, I can be wrong, never slow. Y'all Nevada slow, gotta keep up. And I'm winning. And there's something about this music hitting different. You know this ain't Uno, can't reverse the order we in. Like a stoplight when you're running late, you never see the green in. I'm a hey batter hit maker on an off day. Hands too good, I guess I should've got an all state. Oops, y'all gotta make it quicker like a State Farm. Too far, I don't know who you are. Shoot, I'm a Kahoot star. Ain't no hoopla to it. Second guessing y'all with no stone chairs. I can't be Susan. Got the codes to the game. In my name, make a bang. Red and blue sauce like Among Us. I can't be choosing. I'm a quick card clicking buzzer beater with the top spot. Green, I see if you ain't me, you just a knockoff. Grades got COVID, but in game of Jimmy Neutron. Player of the year, that's why I'm top of the game. I'm a Kahoot star. Ain't no hoopla to it. Second guessing, I'll play y'all like chess. Imagine losing. Got the codes to the game. In my zone like a mang. Red and blue sauce like Among Us. I can't be choosing. I'm a quick card clicking buzzer beater with the top spot. Ain't making green, ain't me. You just a knockoff. Grades malnourished, but we eating now like Rick Ross. Player of the year, just like an X and never miss. Nah.
Oh shoot, it's time to play Kahoot.
Aw shoot, it's time to play Kahoot. Aw shoot, it's time to play Kahoot.
Oh shoot, it's time to play Kahoot. It's a friendly competition, but a competition nonetheless. Boy, it's time to play Kahoot. I hope that all y'all brought your best. If you study for the quiz, then you don't even gotta guess. We inside the lab and we not coming out like house arrest. One would say that we obsessed with learning, plus we having fun. I'm like Obi-Wan Kenobi. You see all my patty ones, quiet and the chatty ones. Everybody playing it. It's a battle of our wits, and we make it live and lit. It's lit. I got the keys on the plug, I'm the admin. Look at the screen, pick the pen, go on and log in. You better be ready with that knowledge in your noggin. You ready? Cause when that countdown in, you know we going in. Aw shoot, it's time to play Kahoot. It may seem like horseplay, but now we learning as a group. We stern and resolute, and we gaining knowledge bit by bit. Sometimes learning's quiet, other times it's loud and passionate.
There's no running from this L. If you know you didn't study, play me one-on-one or with your group, go get your buddies. In the end, it's a win-win. If you win or lose, we gonna discuss the answers when we finish as a group. But until that time comes, we pushing one another, engaging in some healthy competition with each other. We gauging what we know to see just what we need to learn. Catch me on this answer street, look at all these coins I earned.
Got my nickname, got my A game, so let's get it poppin'. When I get them answers right, ice cream like Baskin Robbins. Taking candy from a baby, but no, I'm not robbing. If you sleeping on a kid, boy, wake up because you slobbing.
If you sleeping on us, then I hope you tossing and turning. We not just playing games, show we actually learning. And we constantly yearning to learn something new every day. Check my grades and my conduct, yeah, I slay.
Aw shoot, it's time to play Kahoot. It may seem like horseplay, but now we learning as a group. We stern and resolute, and we gaining knowledge bit by bit. Sometimes learning's quiet, other times it's loud and passionate.
Sometimes we are silent and we take a standardized test. It's so quiet you could hear a pen drop off the desk. Sometimes this is best we learn, yes, I confess. But sometimes we get energy to burn, yes, we a mess.
But we not talking crazy riot like a violent protest. Everything under control, man, we focused on progress. And part of the process is inviting interest into lessons, integrating ideas like Pinterest.
Do you think we at recess? These smiles on our face. And when we play Kahoot, man, I'm always gonna place first, second, maybe third.
course. Yeah, we gain in our brain. You can check the report. If you got a migraine, we apologize for the noise. Sorry.
Aw, shoot, it's time to play Kahoot. It may seem like horseplay, but now we learning as a group. We stern and resolute, and we gaining knowledge bit by bit. Sometimes learning's quiet, other times it's loud and passionate.
Hello, Kahooters near and far. Welcome to the annual Kahoot EDU Fall Meetup. We are so glad you're here to join us for a full day or full afternoon or evening of learning around student-centered Kahooting. My name is Hannah Harris, the community manager here at Kahoot, and I'll be your host, MC, and fellow Kahoot player throughout our event today. We have loads of awesome content to explore and discover as we connect with fellow Kahoot crew members and some stellar Kahoot ambassadors as well. Throughout our time together today, we'll see a live demo of some new Kahoot game modes, student pass systems, and all other tools that help to ensure students remain the focal point of classroom instruction. We'll learn some step-by-step processes and frameworks that support students in developing technology literacy skills that really empower Kahooting, as well as some special edition stories and use cases from Kahoot admin and teachers like you. Now more than ever, you can take advantage of these awesome Kahoot learning and tech tools with a special back-to-school offer happening now too for a full 25% off. Last, and certainly not least in our agenda today, we'll announce our winners of the Back to School with Kahoot sweepstakes and contest that has been happening all throughout social media the past 7 weeks. But before all of that, some notes of housekeeping to get us started and off to a smooth start today. All of our sessions, including now through the end of the event, will be recorded and available after the event. We'll be updating our website with a new Kahoot EDU Meetup playlist starting within the next few days through the days and weeks beyond. All of these session recordings will be emailed to our registrants, and you can find them on the Kahoot website at kahoot.com/webinars beyond that time as well. If you can't tune in live today, we hope you enjoy with us on demand too. Also, all of our educators and participants will receive a certificate of attendance for joining the EDU Meetup today. So should you have any questions on how to use your certificate or claim your PD credits, please contact your campus or school admin on a local level directly. All of these certificates will again be emailed upon completion of our event and sessions today. Should you need to take a break or step away from your screen during this session, maybe even to teach your own class or your own session, no worries. You can always rejoin the meetup at any time using the same YouTube or Kahoot website that you were emailed and received upon registration. We have a fantastic group of crew members monitoring both our YouTube chat streams and on the website. So should you have any questions or comments or even suggestions, we'd really love to hear from you. So feel free to add them to the chat. I can already see that our chat has been quite active with people tuning in from all over the world. We are so thankful to have a global audience. I see hello from Maine, hello from Spain, Nevada, hello from the US. I'm here on the East Coast and excited to be connecting with so many people around the world. Finally, I want to remember to do this before we get too far in. I'm just going to take a quick selfie with my screen, and I encourage you to do the same today. We are keeping track and collecting so many Kahoot selfies of awesome on social media. If you tag us with hashtag Kahoot EDU Meetup or mention us in your tweet, you'll be entered to win some celebratory Kahoot swag. Feel free to enter as many times as you like with so many more chances. We have some cool swag to give away and to celebrate with throughout the entire event today. We know that classroom dynamics and learning environments have certainly evolved over the last several years. Things like student engagement and motivation have really remained a top priority through all of these shifts and changes. And we at Kahoot have developed and adapted some interactive learning tools that celebrate student-driven learning, creation, and of course, some innovation. All of that to say that we know awesome learning wouldn't happen without the drive, determination, and inspiration from classroom teachers and school-based superheroes. So as we close our back to school season and transition toward the entire school year ahead, we've really enjoyed connecting and collaborating with teachers that are using Kahoot as a platform to build community, establish routines, and inspire engagement for both learners and leaders alike. We've read your success stories on Twitter and Facebook. We've watched your classroom celebrations on TikTok and YouTube, and teachers around the world have tracked classroom activities with their hashtags back to school with Kahoot, all to be entered to win and share some amazing Kahoot resources and excitement across our platform. Nonetheless, all of these celebrations, both on social media and now at the Kahoot EDU Meetup, are really just getting started. We have so many chances to win today, as well as some opportunities to play and learn along the way with some coffee Kahoots. We have features from crew members, from our ambassadors, and we're excited to spotlight teachers like you in the chat, in the audience, and playing on our podium. If you make it to the podium at any time today, you'll also be getting some extra exclusive swag. Our first chances to win are coming up in our very first session. Excited to welcome to the stage our head of product and with so much inspiration and excitement here at Kahoot, Porrick Woods, who is here to kind of share and demo and also give some sneak peeks about what's been happening with Kahoot. Welcome, Porrick.
Hi, Hannah. Good to see you. Welcome, everybody from all over the world. So yes, as Hannah said, I would like to share with you some of the new features that we have ready for back to school. So let's start with a recap on the new question types we just released before the summer holidays. The first feature has been a request we've had from teachers for some time. We've previously had a limitation of 4 answer options for poll and quiz questions. It's now possible to add up to 6 answer options to both poll and quiz questions. This feature is available today as a free trial with Kahoot Pro, and you can see some examples here in the slide. The next question type we've added is called Slider. Slider is a question type designed specifically for questions where the answer is a number. Participants guess the number by moving along a scale and deciding on the number to submit as their answer. This feature is available today as a free trial with Kahoot Premium. The final question type I would like to share with you is called Drop Pin. And drop pin is a type of poll question. Students simply drop a pin on an image. It's a very versatile question type that can be used in many different ways, some of which you can see as well in the slide today, like where are you in the world, or which color is your favorite color, or which position would you like to play on the soccer pitch. And a lot of these question types will be available in Coffee Kahoots later today for you to try yourself. The next feature is the one I'm most excited to share with you today. And you get a little bit of a hint with the background here. It is, well, I'll let our very own Kahoot Woodchuck introduce the next feature. Over to you, Woodchuck.
Hear ye! By royal decree of the Kingdom of Kahoots and our Majesty the Woodchuck, we hereby announce that thou shalt have new game modes to learneth while thee playeth.
So, yes, so as you can see, we have been very busy creating new, fun and interactive game modes. These are new ways to play and learn using the millions of Kahoots on the Kahoot platform. All of these game modes are student-paced and require students to answer quiz questions in order to get a chance to compete in different mini-games. And within the mini-games, you can earn points. The teacher can set the duration of the game, and questions are repeated, which incentivizes students to remember the correct answer in order to progress through the game. And with the repeated exposure to questions, content can be reinforced throughout the learning experience. Since these game modes are student-paced and not teacher-paced, like our classic game, this gives the teacher the ability to move around the classroom and monitor progress or help struggling students or some other task that they'd like to do while the kids are playing the game. With these first few game modes, we've created very different game concepts to give teachers and students a variety of ways to play and learn. So you can see here the three first game modes that we've released. The first two are live on the platform today, and the last one will be live in a couple of weeks' time, Submarine Squad. First game, called Treasure Trove, it's a player versus player game where students collect jewels to earn points. So you answer a number of questions, you get to collect jewels in a mini game, and then you get back to answer questions. So you have to answer questions to get into the miniature game. The second game, called Color Kingdoms, is a team strategy game. So this is where two teams compete against each other to conquer land. The students who collaborate with teammates and form a strategy are more likely to win. So it's all about knowledge and collaboration with fellow teammates in order to win. The third game, called Submarine Squad, is a class game where the whole class needs to work together to try escape from a scary fish. So they're trapped in a submarine, and the submarine is trying to get away from the fish, and they need to answer questions to try propel the submarine away from the fish. Individual students at different times in the game will be asked to solve a crisis with the help of the rest of the class. All of our new game modes are included in our Back to School Premium Plus offer that Hannah just mentioned. And for a limited time, you can try all of them for free by just simply logging in to the platform and starting a new live game. We really want to get your feedback. A big part of the process has been to play test with teachers and students. So we'd really like to get your feedback about these new game modes. But we're also encouraging you to share new ideas for new game modes. So feel free in the chat, for example, today, to share with us any ideas you have or your experience playing these game modes so far. We will actually now give you an opportunity to play one or actually more, depending on how much time we have, of these new game modes. And we have our very own Steve Sherman, one of our teacher ambassadors, who will also share his experience using these new game modes in his class. Hi, Steve.
Hello, Warwick. How are you?
I'm good. You're looking good there.
I like to dress for the occasion.
Take it away, Steve.
Are we getting ready to rock and roll? Excellent. Hopefully we'll be able to see the presentation. There we go. We would like you all to please sign in. Let's take a look at the PIN code. Hannah, you are joining us as well.
Yeah, Steve, I'm here. I am ready and excited to demo these brand new game modes. Color Kingdom is a personal favorite of mine, and I know that so many of our people joining in are excited about these game modes. I see people saying, wow, love to have different options between player versus teams versus computer even as an option. And I know, now, Steve, I will say that I've never tried Color Kingdoms with more than 50 people, but between you and me and I guess all of our audience, 790 people tuning in right now more than ever seems like maybe a good time to break some records.
I think we're going to break the system. We want to see if we can completely saturate the screen with people. So sign in, and what it's going to do is automatically allocate you to one of two teams, either Team Fire or Team Ocean. I have never seen so many names popping up in this. We've only been testing this game out for a short while, so it's delightful to see we're already up to 120.
And it's already making me a little bit nervous. You know, Steve, I know this is like best used and best case scenario for 50 people. So I feel like we're almost pushing it to our limits at 130. And if you don't make it into game mode this time around with Color Kingdoms, both myself and Steve here, we are ready to fully narrate the player experience. So whether you're in the game or watching the game and taking part as a host perspective, either way is super fun.
I must just tell you that when you've got fewer players, obviously a certain number of blocks are taken. When we have 131 players, I think it's going to be an absolute frenzy. I'm quite excited to see the results.
I know, exactly. Well, Steve, I'll let you kind of share the perspective of what it looks like from the host screen, but I'm here to celebrate along the way.
No problem. Well, what you will notice is, of course, that you have to answer questions correctly to get the flags. And these flags you're going to actually allocate in certain spaces. You'll notice that, of course, if you don't get an answer correct, don't worry, many of the questions are repeated. So you will get an opportunity to then get the answer correct the second or third time round. And once you've got your flags, you've got to place them on the battlefield. Now, I must just tell you, some of my students have noticed that not only do you place your flags on the battlefield, but if you are sneaky enough, you can also place a flag over an opponent's color and snatch their piece of battlefield away from them, which I think is pretty cool. And if you go along to the next slide, it does say that your team's goal is to grow your empire by spreading your color across the battlefield. So the more colored tiles you have over the battlefield, the better your chance of winning that game. But there is one caveat. If you can surround a zone, then you get to claim the whole zone as well. So you do half the work and get twice the reward. So something definitely worth considering when you are strategizing during your game. But of course, I know you are here to play and not just to listen. So let's get ready to rumble. And remember, the view that you're going to see is not going to be the same view that the players have on their screens. Right now, I'm just going to see a battlefield, and the rest of you are going to get all the questions appearing on your devices. So good luck and see how many of these questions you can answer.
So cool to see, wow, the territories and the entire kingdoms are already being colored. I'm seeing some people in the chat say, uh-oh, the pin is locked. We know. We're demoing this experience and looking to see what it looks like to really take over game modes from 150 players. Never done before here on Kahoot with colored kingdoms and game mode. I see already Amber and Christina from Texas have the current placement of different tiles and colors, but this looks like it's neck and neck, Steve.
But did you notice that it said earlier, 25% of the battlefield had already been covered?
Already
and that's
covered.
only the first couple of seconds. But what I like about this format is that you've only got 2 minutes. So literally, you've got 1 minute and 5 seconds left to try and cover as much space as possible.
Ooh, with 1 minute remaining. And with Color Kingdoms, teachers and hosts have the option to count down and set different durations, just like you would in a regular Kahoot question format. We selected 2 minutes for the game duration today, but all the players are receiving questions after questions on their own independent player devices, while we are seeing what the game board and Color Kingdoms look like from the host screen. So you can toggle that duration to include much more minutes if you want your students to kind of engage with content for a longer period.
Now, it's going to be a tough one to call, Hannah. I thought that red was in the lead, but then blue came back and almost snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. And then, of course, we have red coming back in again, and only 14 seconds left. What is going to happen? This is getting very close. It's
very close, is right.
7 seconds.
How cool to see people's names on those tiles too. I see like Dr. F has named a few tiles in color.
Christina from Texas is there as well. Time is up. So now what it's going to do is give us an indication as to how many tiles your team managed to accomplish. I don't think I've seen so many. It's like you've just won the casino. 60 for Team Fire. So Team Fire went ahead. They were 20 tiles ahead of Team Ocean. Please do not feel bad because, of course, it is only a game. In case
absolutely a game that does give you access to swag. So if you are one of our players and participants that did make it onto the podium and you have that winner's badge on your screen, definitely take a screenshot of it, share it on Twitter, and you might even win some swag. I see some people in the chat that are saying, oh, bummer, I didn't get to participate, but I'm here to say no worries because we are ready for a back-to-back new option and another feature with Color Kingdom. Plus, we have tons of coffee Kahoots and more chances to play later on today. So kind of a cool way to see like what it's like to play on a team, but then also individual playing experiences throughout our entire meetup today. But it looks like, Steve, we're ready for round 2.
I think we're ready for round 2. So let's get the game pin. And it's 316787. Let's see if we can get Team Ocean to beat Team Fire this time round.
So cool to see so many different voices and perspectives joining. I see a few questions in the chat about what game modes look like. Someone is asking, are the teams automatically picked? And yes, I don't know about you, Steve, but I would not be able to switch. Yes, I would not be able to pick
We're doing it. We're up to 200.
Oh my goodness. This is a record for sure. I think, Steve, we lock it. Yes.
Oh, I'm excited.
I'm feeling
about
a little
this.
bit nervous. Okay.
So as you know, the instructions, of course, you have to answer questions correctly. You do notice that if you've got any wrong, there were questions that were being repeated. So that gave you an opportunity to still win some flags and place them on the map. You now get to use your team spirit to try and cover as many of those tiles as possible. And don't forget the strategy. Try and encircle your opponents, and then you get to claim the entire zone. That is going to be beneficial for you. All right, let's get ready to rumble. And only 2 minutes. These games are very quick. And that means you've got to focus, razor sharp focus. Let's see what happens.
So true. And for those of you that are watching from the host screen, we've used games and question formats that are only in our multiple choice classic quiz format. So already 25% of our board is covered. And our players are interacting with multiple choice questions, and the questions are being kind of reviewed and recycled throughout gameplay. So as a player, it is very likely that you are going to be presented with the same question in more than one opportunity and more than one presentation. So it's a great tool for whether introducing content that maybe is a little bit unfamiliar, or perfect for those review opportunities when you're really trying to lock in and get acclimated and really comfortable with classroom content too. I think apparently our players already know that though, because our board is covered.
But I did notice that the red team had claimed over 50% of the board. Blue is clawing back with only 1 minute left to go. And of course, as Porrick mentioned, this is another little feature that every now and again, it stops the game with 1 minute to go. It does a little count, and then of course, it plays a second round with the last remaining minute. And this is something that happens at random. I haven't seen if there's a structure to that at all, but that's very exciting. Red seemed to be on the ball again. Blue got bonus. That is fantastic. That's always a good way to start round 2 with 1 minute left to go.
And Steve,
it was 30 seconds to go, not
just
1
30
minute.
seconds. Yeah, it really is showing that our board and territories and entire kingdoms were colored before the timer even ran out. So a cool different way to kind of switch up what gameplay looks like, give players a fresh chance of covering their territories. And that bonus piece came from at the very last second of the game mode play. 2 people must have claimed that tile and colored it with their team and empire at once. So kind of a toss-up in points, if you ask me.
Very cool, very cool. Well, round 2 was completed. And of course, this one definitely went to Team Fire. So Team Fire, you are on fire because you seem to be cruising. and of course, there was no set format as to who was going to join which team. I am curious about this particular mode. As a question that I personally have. Will we be able to add additional teams, and can we select and move people from one team to another? Because obviously right now it's automated, but I would love to see that feature added into this particular game.
Cool, Steve. We appreciate your feedback. And I see so many other people kind of sharing comments, suggestions, maybe even ideas for innovation and evolution of game modes. So cool to see different ideas, and great to hear what it actually looks like from a teacher and classroom perspective too. Now, I know, Steve, you've had some behind the scenes beta testing access to game modes. So we'd really love to hear your perspective and kind of see and learn what it's looked like in the classroom with your students and how you've explored it with content, curriculum, but also from just player interaction and student feedback. So take it away, Steve. Excited to hear your reflections.
I'm happy to share with you. I think we have a presentation to share. Hopefully it'll be loaded up. And the first thing I want to talk about, of course, is content. These particular game modes, and we only saw one at the moment. We saw the one which was the Color Kingdom, but there's, of course, Treasure Trove as well, which I'll talk about. These particular games are only taking certain types of questions. So they're looking for multiple choice, multi-select, true and false. You will not get questions like your puzzle questions, your slider questions, feedback questions like polls, word cloud, brainstorm, drop pins. Those won't be included in the game. And if you happen to select a Kahoot that does have some of those features, it automatically blocks out those particular questions and it carries on with the rest of the questions that do fit that particular format. Now I'd like to talk about the second thing, which is review, reveal, and reinforce. Why on earth would you like to use a thing like game mode? What is wrong with the regular Kahoot style that we normally play? Well, first of all, from a review point of view, if you want to review content that you've just covered in class and you want to keep it fresh in their minds, there is a very significant difference between running a regular Kahoot, and which could take up to 20, 30 minutes for that particular Kahoot, and game mode, which is focused into 2 or 3 minutes, depending on the duration that you set. And I do find that game mode literally sets the students off into a different dimension. They actually become zombies when they are playing this mode. They're a different species when game mode is activated. It really is incredibly entertaining to watch. You'll notice that when we were playing the game, we could see just a blank screen and we could see the flags being placed on the screen. But what I would normally do is I could walk around because they don't have to look at the screen on the board to see what's going on. They are focused on their devices. And that gives me an opportunity as a teacher to engage with the students while they are busy working. The second point was reveal. If you want to introduce new content to your students, you want to give them a taste of a new section coming up. You want to it's almost like a blind Kahoot where you play a game with content that they have never seen. And let me tell you, when they get to play this version, it's almost like Kahoot with jazz hands, if you could picture that. And thirdly, of course, to reinforce, if you want to ensure that the students are going to reinforce their content knowledge through repetition, this game format is a game changer. And one obvious example would be thinking about times tables. If you get them to go through those timetables, they will be able to obviously consolidate that knowledge and get it reinforced. Now, what I want to talk about is engagement levels. Now, engagement levels are one of the most fascinating things to see. If you've seen how excited your kids get when they are playing a regular Kahoot, you have no idea what's going to happen when you put them into game mode. So here are 3 kind of case studies that I would like to suggest where I've used it in the past couple of months. So the first one was warm up. When I was having an actual Kahoot event, I played the game for 2 or 3 minutes before the event, just to kind of bring the audience in. And in 2 cases, I had an inter-school 6th grade quiz, which was in person. I also ran the African science quiz, junior and senior, online. And in both cases, I ran the game mode as a warm-up with different sets of questions. And I found that kind of brought up a different tone and got the excitement levels. And I think that was perfect for setting the tone for the rest of the event. Of course, you can use it for team building. I was recently at a national science festival and I was tasked with running an icebreaker. And I found that regular Kahoot is great because, of course, you can set an amount of time for each question. But for game mode, the pace is frenetic and teams have to be focused. They have to collaborate and teamwork is essential. And especially if they're using the touch screen to try and catch all the gems flying past in the treasure trove mode, you will see that they are definitely going to get a lot of teamwork going. And finally, consolidation. I will just say that, when you've played a Kahoot with 300 6th graders and they are all playing the same Kahoot, and then you do it with 200 adults and they are all playing the same Kahoot and 200 high school students, In all three cases, I played 2 game modes. I played the Color Kingdoms and Treasure Trove, and each one was 3 minutes long. And what amazed me was after those 6 minutes, I could ask each question to the entire audience, and without even looking at the options, they could give me those answers. And that for me is incredible, that teachers, you have no idea, in 6 minutes, they were able to learn 10 space facts that they had never learned before with absolute ease, and they got every single answer correct. And then, of course, I do have some images. I don't know if the slide is up with the images, but just to show you, the top left-hand corner was a pub quiz. That was where we got the tone going, playing the warm-up game, and there you can see that was actually the treasure trove, because you could see the treasure chests were growing with the numbers of coins they were gathering. And then, of course, the bottom two, what I wanted to show you is that when you've got small groups of 4 or 5, it is quite large for an event like this. I actually found that 2 or 3 was optimal when it was involving touch screen and that sort of thing. And then, of course, if you do have pairs and small groups, it does work well. But let me tell you, one thing you know as a teacher, students need to learn how to whisper to each other so that students in a different country can't hear them. They get so excited during game mode that everyone in the school knows the answer because they are whispering it, if you know what I mean. And I just want to go into some suggestions in terms of where you would use game mode and that sort of thing. So 2 versions of the game, they have different appeals to my students. So for example, some of the students preferred the treasure trove game because it was individual. So when they were playing as individuals, they can still play as a team, but when they were playing as individuals, they could see their treasure chest growing with coins, and they found that visually very pleasing. Of course, some of the other students preferred the Color Kingdoms because they liked the fact that there was a team effort taking place. They liked working towards a common goal as a team. And I think that was really exciting to watch as well. My students absolutely love the game modes, and I've already sent in a bunch of ideas to the development team in the hope that some of these features will be tweaked and also some of the new game modes will be added. I won't be sharing all my ideas yet, but I have sent a long email to the development team. But if there was one valuable tip that I could share, that is always cut it at a high. What does that mean? You play your game mode maybe once or twice, and if they are absolutely having the best time, that's when you stop it. You do not play it 6 or 7 times, because unfortunately, if you do that, the game loses its excitement. And let me tell you, they will beg, they will plead, they will bribe you with Starbucks vouchers. Do not overuse the game mode. Always cut it at a high and tell them that we will be playing it next week, and that gives them something to look forward to. So hopefully you found these particular tips quite useful, but let me tell you, you are going to have such fun with your students and this new game mode.
Steve, as you're sharing all of these anecdotes and personal suggestions, I want to remind everyone that we've heard so many of your helpful tips and top tip strategies on our Kahoot blog. And Steve created an entire kind of reflection and resource for other teachers to visit and revisit as you start to incorporate game modes in your own classroom. And one particular anecdote and kind of memory that you shared is sticking out about snacks in lunchtime. And as a fellow snacker, I felt very connected to your story, how not just students weren't just bribing you with Starbucks vouchers or begging please and thank yous, but didn't you have some students like beg to give you their own lunches out of their packs just to keep playing game modes in Color Kingdoms?
Not only that, if you had to go and look at what some of these students bring to school for lunch, you would think that I would be playing this game all day long, just collecting and piling up all those. I certainly don't need it, that I can tell you. But this is the one thing that I found very, very appealing with game mode. And, you know, if you look at the opportunities that come out of it, it's not about who's on top of the leaderboard. This is something a little bit more visual. You can see how it's changing dynamic throughout the game, depending on which game you're playing. I just wanted to share one or two ideas that I had in terms of games that I would love to see. One of them is a horse race, where it's not a 2 or 3 minute time limit, but there is a racetrack. And as your team starts answering questions, the horses start moving around the track, and it's the first horse to cross the line. So the more correct answers you get, the faster your horse is going to move around the track, and hopefully you're going to get your horse to race to the finishing line. And I mean, those are the kinds of things that you have no idea how excited kids get when it comes to these sorts of games. I have to go and explain to the teachers next door. I humbly apologize. In fact, before I start the game, I go to classrooms and I say, I'm warning you now, there will be a noise. I cannot control it. It is beyond my control. Just bear with it. It's only 3 minutes, but it's going to be allowed 3 minutes.
Exactly. And Steve, I feel like you keep mentioning kids. Of course, as a teacher, you're hearing the student and the kid perspective, but here we have so many fellow teachers, adult learners with us that kind of are inspired by this same energy and excitement. And I think it warrants a third and final round of Color Kingdoms.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I love these sorts of things.
Awesome. We already have one player that is ahead of the game, ready to play, but let's end it on our highs, just like you said, Steve, and really build that momentum and excitement. Our third and final Color Kingdoms is 331-3249, and those numbers are climbing already.
We're going to go more than 200. I think we should. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Sign up, donate a locket. Let's go and break the system. Oh, we're up to 120 already. I think we're going to get up to 200.
Close. It's getting close.
You see?
Oh, I'm starting to shake in my boots. We are close, Steve. Will we? Okay.
Well, no, keep going, going. Let's go to 250. I know we can do it. We're up to 229.
Ooh, as people are getting.
Come on, let's do it.
I guess at the very least,
250. Let's do it. Let's do it.
We're brave in Kahoot. This is, oh my gosh.
This is going to be insane. It's going to be a quarter full in the first 10 seconds.
Oh, we'll blink and the territory and game will be covered. And I think we have pushed off.
Oh, we're pushing limits here. I love it. This is probably the most that the game mode has ever had before.
Oh, it's not probably. This is the most.
This is the most. I love it. We're almost at 300. Wow. 286. Let's get ready to rumble.
We are ready. I see people already chanting for Team Fire to take the lead again, but let's go for it.
I'm keen to see how quickly this field is going to fill up. Well, it depends on the questions. If the questions are a little bit harder, then obviously it takes a little bit longer, but let's see.
True.
Right. Ooh. Team Ocean, here's your chance to redeem yourself.
I don't know. Our chat is very Team Fire right now. It seems like there is quite a split.
And this one's a 3-minuter. Oh, you've got time. It's going to get insane. We've given them extra time.
Here we go.
And more people.
Wow, and it's so cool to see all the names. Oh my gosh.
25% of the board in the first 15 seconds.
Wow. But here we go. It seems
Katie
like
and Melissa are going crazy. Kate and Peter and B. Jones. Fuzzy Fry, Peter, Edek over there, VJ, JB, and Kat. Look at them. They are moving and grooving. I love it. Math Mom, you are there. But who's going to start? Are they trying to encircle their opponents? Oh, look at that.
Ooh, round
number 1. That's interesting. So it ended after 1 minute. Let's see what happens.
I see. Ooh. Team Fire is already taking that lead, but there's time for redemption from Tina.
What's going on? Why are Team Fire just creaming this game? Oh, but Team Ocean got the bonus points. Round 2. Come on, Team Ocean. You can do this.
And I'm seeing some new joiners in the chat asking, like, what is the goal of game modes? Obviously, one goal of game modes in Color Kingdom is to learn, obviously to have fun, but in the game mode objective, the goal is to cover as many land tiles and as much of your Color Kingdom's territory as you can. So with each question answered correctly, you have opportunities to earn flags that color your empire and color your kingdom hence the name Color Kingdoms. And here we see it happening in live time, which is pretty cool. Round 2 is done.
Round 2, Team Ocean. I must just tell you, Team Fire is on fire. And what I like about this particular version is that I can't see any of the questions. I have no idea what the questions are, but we can actually see what's going on from a game point of view, an overall point of view, and it gives us as teachers an opportunity to interact with the students and move around and do that sort of thing.
Yeah, how cool. Now we're kind of seeing what it looks like as a player. So you'll see this player screen, questions are presented, you earn your flags, and those flags take you back to Color Kingdoms, and you have opportunities to click on tiles that then transform your empire and build your kingdom. So here we are in the player perspective right now, claiming those tiles, answering questions truly as quickly as we possibly can, as this game is definitely, speed is important.
Completely. And what I have noticed, as I did indicate, that literally at the end of the game, because they've played 1 or 2 versions of the same game, but in 2 different game formats, it really does reinforce the content knowledge.
Yes, reinforcement, and some review sprinkled in. And you can use really any type of content and curriculum with game modes. I see someone asking, where did these questions come from? Who made the questions? I personally made the questions this time around, but really your questions can be about any topic, any curriculum area, and we know that Kahoot game modes work best with multiple choice quiz question types, as you're seeing here. So all question types are formatted that same quiz style, and here we are ready to see the final reveal of our game mode podium.
It looks like Blue has a chance.
Wow.
Oh, Blue did it! Team Ocean, you redeemed
Team
yourselves.
Ocean has been redeemed. Exciting. I
Oh
guess Team
boy,
Fire...
but Team Fire, they won overall because they won 3 out of the 4. So well done, Team Fire. That was fantastic.
How cool to see so many rounds and so many opportunities. I think game modes are so unique to the Kahoot experience and so fun to see different ways that players can both interact with each other in a team, but also it's so personally motivating to work through those questions and repeat and review and reinforce, like you said, regardless of that team experience or independent individual devices. So cool to see kind of both perspectives and both point of views throughout this game
Absolutely.
mode.
I do love the fact that they are bite-sized games. They're only 3 minutes, and you can always fit 3 minutes into a lesson when you need it. It's a great opportunity to warm up the students, and even as a treat to end off the week if they've been behaving themselves so nicely.
Yes, we love those Friday Kahoot opportunities for sure. As we experience now 3 rounds of Color Kingdom game modes, I'm just wondering if anyone in the chat has some options or really ideas on what content areas or what part of your school day or even how you might be including Color Kingdoms or one of our other awesome game modes into your classroom content. Steve shared that it's great for those community building opportunities, those review opportunities. And I know, Steve, you share so much about science and STEM content, but I'm seeing other people in the chat maybe share other options or other content areas like reviewing literacy terms, talking about how you could build community with vocabulary, talking about how you can really extend game modes to so many different environments, exit tickets, biology, vocabulary review, really any content area. So Steve, thanks for helping us demo that and give everyone kind of the sneak peek at what game modes look like.
You're absolutely welcome, and thanks for having me along.
Oh, always, Steve. You always bring the energy. It is always contagious. And game modes are now available on Kahoot. They are free for a limited time. So really awesome opportunity to log in right away and try it for yourself. But they'll be forever available on the Kahoot platform as part of our Premium Plus offer, especially right now, 25% off for back to school. So a great opportunity to take advantage with it. And we know that these game modes are so hugely transformative, a whole new level of excitement with the flags and the colors. Really just love it. But sometimes keeping students and players engaged means taking that risk like we did together and trying something new, whether a new way to play like these game modes or maybe even a new way to create. So we are on to our next session here at the meetup, and we have Alex here ready to join us to share about what student passes look like, an all new way to incorporate that differentiated and individualized experience for our student players. And welcome, Alex, to teach and share all about it.
Thank you, Hannah. Thanks for having me here today. All right, let me get started here. Can you see my slides?
We can. Thanks, Alex.
All right, great. So, hi, everybody. I'm Alex. I'm a product director at Kahoot. And I'm really thrilled to be part of the Kahoot EDU Meetup today. I am here to talk about the student passes and how they can help your students engage through play and creation. So, when we ran a survey with our educator community this spring, over 70% of you said that your students are more engaged in learning and more likely to retain knowledge when they're actively involved and when they choose how they want to learn. That sounds great for us. But when we talked with many of you teachers this summer, we understand that this back to school, the learning gaps are bigger than ever before. And we know that many of you are struggling to individualize, differentiate education for your students. So we want to help teachers, giving you more tools to help with remedial learning and extra practice. So here comes Student Pass in, and we are just a few days from launching Student Passes. Student Passes will enable you teachers to easily share access to all our premium functionality geared towards students, including learning apps, the enhanced creator functionality, by simply sharing a QR code or a link. Students will be able to scan the QR code and access the learning apps or the Kahoot creator. For the learning apps, we will not require any student accounts, and the process is super simple for even the youngest learners. So what will the students get? They will get the enhanced creator features, which will allow your students to create Kahoots and foster 21st century skills like critical thinking and creativity. I will get back to how you can do that in your teaching. The students will also get access to all our learning apps, which let your students learn through play and bridge learning gaps. Our learning apps are great for learning new concepts in maths and learning to read, but also great for extra practice and differentiation. You can use them both your students can use them both in class and at home. And then the last thing is that we have, they will also get access to all the advanced study modes, which your students, that they let your students learn by playing Kahoots in groups or on their own. And they can use the Kahoots that they have created themselves or Kahoots that you have made or shared. And then they will also get access to all the game modes that we just presented as well. So let's dig a bit deeper into how they can create Kahoots. And I really love to see how fun and creative students get when they create their own Kahoots. And I truly believe that this is creating Kahoots is the best way to learn. You can do it, for instance, by having student choice projects, giving your students ability to dig deep on their own projects or share interests with their peers. Allowing students to create Kahoots is a great way to allow students to learn unique content or review learned content by creating Kahoots themselves. This is not only great for student-led learning, but it's also great to boost confidence and ownership. And I think it's also valuable for you teachers to assess the students. So let's have a look at what is actually included in the enhanced creator. And that's, you will see that we include all the question types. And we include also all the possibilities to create interactive presentations. I think that your students will be able to create the most engaging learning games with this. And we're really looking forward to hearing from you how creative your students will get. And your students can use all of this functionality on both the web platform or in the Kahoot app. So next up, we're going to have a look at the learning apps that your students will unlock with student passes. Many of you know that we have award-winning learning apps from Dragonbox to learn math and to learn to read. We have learning apps that are suitable for kids from years 2 to 15, from early literacy, numeracy, and social emotional learning, and more. What is common for all of our apps is that they're all made in close collaboration with our pedagogical expert team, and they're all free to try. With student passes, your students can unlock the full version of all of these apps. These apps run on iOS and Android and can be pre-installed by your system admins if needed at your school. Let's have a closer look at a couple of these apps and how they can help you. First up, the multiplication app. It's an app that helps young learners start their adventure with multiplication. It consists of small mini games and an engaging reward system that compels your students to keep practicing until they can recite the times table with ease. I wish I had this when I grew up. Another app that is included in the student passes is Kahoot Kids, which is geared towards the youngest of learners and covers all topics, including social emotional learning, cognitive skills, but also numeracy and literacy. All the content in Kahoot Kids has been created by our pedagogical team and is a safe experience for kids. And it uses read aloud technology. It's available in 8 languages and is available on iOS and Android. Over to the study modes. In the Kahoot app, our study modes let students repeat both your Kahoots and their own Kahoots by playing against themselves, each other in groups, or rehearsing them with flashcards. The most competitive of your students will love our study groups that encourage sharing Kahoots within the group. With student passes, higher ed students can create up to 10 groups with up to 100 students in each group. So let's have a recap of what is included and look at also how you can get started with this. So on the free plan, you can try it out. You will get one trial pass that lasts for 3 days. It gives you plenty of time to explore what is possible with the student pass and how it works, how your students will get started with it. With it, you will get access to all of the learning apps. By upgrading to Premium Plus, you will unlock 50 student passes, and each student pass are valid for 3 months. After those 3 months, you will get 50 new student passes, and so your students can scan again and continue where they left off, or you can use them on new students. With Premium Plus, you get access to all of the learning apps. By upgrading to Kahoot EDU, each teacher gets 100 student passes, and the student passes last for 12 months. They will also renew each August during summer so that you can use them on new students. With Kahoot EDU, you will get access to the learning apps, the enhanced creator, but also our advanced study modes, 10 study groups, and 100 members per group. Right. So let's dive in on the demo and see how this works. So from the teacher side, you will find, let's see if I can find a mouse here. You will find student passes on the top left. Here you can see that there's 50 passes available, and you can also see when they will renew, when you will get new passes. You simply hit share, and then you will select which functionality you want to include in the passes. You can include as many as you want. And then you can share the QR code with the students. You can also choose to copy the link and share it on your LMS, or share with Google Classroom. And that's it. From your perspective, there's no more steps. So let's have a look at the student side. And here there's basically two different flows. And the first one is when you share access to the Kahoot creator. Because your students can redeem the Kahoot creator either on the web or in the apps. So let's first have a look at how it works on the web. So in this example, I just clicked on the link, for instance, in Google Classroom, and it opens this page. From here, I can easily get started with the Kahoot creator. It asks me to sign up or log in with my student account. I need a student account because I will create Kahoots and attach it to my user, my student user. And after logging in, I have activated my student pass. And that's basically it. I am now ready to use all of the functionality, so I can go and create Kahoots with all of the features. I can also go and see how many days I have left on my student pass, and I can look at and review my tools, which allows me to download all of the learning apps at home, for instance. So if I click review my tools, I can scan a new QR code, which lets me find all the apps and activate them if necessary. So that was the first flow for the students on the web. The second one is super simple. By scanning the QR code, let's start over this. By scanning this QR code, it will open a web page that lets you either download or activate the student pass. Tapping activate opens the app and immediately activates the student pass. As I said earlier, you can ask your admins to pre-install all the apps. They are free on your student devices. And the only thing you need to do is activate the student passes when you want your students to use our apps. And that's basically it for student passes. So with student passes, you will get access, your students will get access to the full Kahoot creator, really amazing learning games. Your students will also be able to access all our learning apps. And I think that within a few days, you will be able to all try it for free. And you can try it for free for 3 days. All of the functionality with student passes is included in Kahoot EDU. And that's it from me, Hannah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alex. We know that 21st century students and skills are so important as we develop technology literacy and tools both online and collaboratively. So I'm so excited to see how student passes can really help mobilize even greater growth, learning, and classroom leadership. Thank you so much for sharing and giving us that preview of what student passes will be looking like and as they are available for our Kahoot Teachers of Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Up next, Kahoot Ambassador Monica Kahn has truly empowered her students to take charge of their own learning. In fact, they've completely created their own Kahoot experiences for both themselves and for their peers across and around an entire country. Monica's middle school students have organized, they've created, and they've even led their very own Kahoot Cup, a live and virtual event for players around her country of Poland to come together and learn. Monica, welcome. excited to hear and have you share some of the best practices and tips for teachers that might want to bring Kahoot Cups or other events back to their own classrooms, whether organizing them or participating. Welcome, Monica. Thanks for being here.
Hello. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
I'm really excited to be here with you.
Fabulous. We are getting your Kahoot Cup Poland Coffee Kahoot ready. And as we start to have it queued up on screen, feel free. This is our 4th opportunity to play along and share at home, live, however you're tuning in. You can join the Coffee Kahoot at www.kahootit or via your mobile app. I'll turn off my computer and my screen to hand you the mic. Monica, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Well, welcome everyone. My name is Monica. I'm actually not a middle school teacher. I'm a primary school teacher from the southeast of Poland. And what my students have achieved a couple of months ago, it still amazes me because I truly had no idea that they were capable of that. And I'm so glad that Kahoot allowed my students to shine all over Poland, actually. What they have done is they came with an idea which was born in their heads in March 2022. And from there, they took it to a full-blown event, national scale event, which took place in the first half of June 2022. I'm really proud of them. They are just 14. At the moment, they already graduated. They are not my students anymore, but I know that the experience which they have gained definitely will help them in their future life, in their future education. They really grew their competences, they developed their skills tremendously, and I'm so proud that they allowed me to be a part of that process. I can see that there are so many people joining the game, already more than 200. Well, that's a great number, but during this Kahoot, you will find out how many participants my students had in their Kahoot. And I'm sure you will be amazed at the number. It was amazing how much they learned. And I had no idea, even though I was teaching them for a number of years, I had no idea what creative ideas they had and what they were able to come up with. Really, that was really amazing to see. Well, I guess we are starting now. Right, so this is what we are going to talk about today, or I'm going to talk about today. I gave you a few already hints at what I will be discussing, because it is an event that my students came up with, an idea for this event. It was completely theirs, and the execution was also theirs. I just helped them on the technical side. I just helped them with some aspects of the event, which, well, they were simply too young to do on their own. But apart from that, it was just their own doing. And it will show you the power of student-driven events and activities and how they can transform learning. You can move on to the next one. Thank you. So I would like you to first try and answer this question. How do you see this? What do you think the answer might be? What is your approach? How do you view student-driven activities and how they influence learning? Because I have got my own ideas. Well, there are a lot of, a little bit of boredom, but I guess it's just 3%, but the majority of answers are what actually I believe in personally. And actually, there were three correct answers, not just one or two. I believe that student-driven activities lead to both increasing motivation because of having students having more engagement and that leading to deeper learning. And I've done some research, I've checked some works of Carl Rogers or Maria Montessori or John Dewey, and they are all showing that if students can decide on what they are learning, how they are learning, and the process and the content, then they can get more out of their learning and they can actually benefit. So I'm so glad that there are a lot of answers which agree with the way I see education, the way I see learning and teaching as well. You can move on, please. So how did it all start? Probably you all know Steve Auslander. He is a US-based educator who came up with an idea for the global Kahoot Cup. And this year was the first time when my students took part in it. I came to them and I asked them, okay, what do you think? I know about this cup. It is about pop culture. Are you in? They said, absolutely, we are very much into pop culture. We want to see the questions. We want to see how we go, and and to check how they compare. Maybe they wanted to see how they are compared to other students from other countries. And so they said, sure, we will do it, and they took part in it. They really enjoyed the participation and the excitement and the level of engagement of all the participants. It was because obviously it was so fast and there was not really much time to think about the answers, so they really had to go with their gut and what idea they had about the answers. Here you can see three of them. It's Gosia, Ola, and Julia. There you can also see a little bit of Gabrisha. So these are the 4 students. When they finished, when the Kahoot Cup, the global one, was finished, they were so excited about it. They said, we really would love to do something like this in Poland for our Polish students with questions referring to the Polish culture, Polish music, Polish literature, TV series, sports people, computer games, and so on. And we would like to see how it goes. So this is how we started. Okay, next slide, please. And so, as I said, I was in charge of some aspects of this event because, my students didn't have contact. So I thought, okay, I know Steve on Twitter. He's one of my Twitter friends. So I will contact him. I will find out how he did it. Steve was so kind that he contacted me with Hannah, which turned out to be a very good step because Hannah was extremely helpful. She told me what to do, how to approach the whole event, helped me as far as the technical side goes. And later on, I thought, okay, it's time to announce the event. And I thought I will collect all the information in the Wakelet collection with all the instructions for the teachers and the registration form. And I thought, okay, there might be some teachers interested, but they might find it, they might not be interested. And they might say, okay, we don't want to our students to take part in it. But actually, I was surprised how many teachers registered. their students for this event. So I told my student, okay, are you sure what you're doing? Because it's going to be huge. And are you sure you're capable of doing it? But they said, yes, we want to try. We want to see how we go. So I set up an online meeting on Google Meet and sent the link to all the registered teachers. And the only other task that was that I was in charge of that I was responsible for was designing certificates, because this is what I promised the teachers that I would do, that every school from where the students would join would receive a certificate. Next, please. And my students, here you can see again, my students are working. They had to learn about Kahoot because and the tools and the kind of questions that you have in a quiz, because they took part in Kahoots, which I organized, which I created, but they never designed a Kahoot quiz on their own. So they had to see what options you have, how you change, for example, the title, how you added it, how you add visual content, how you set up the timing, how you select if this is a single select question answer, like question answer, or a multi-select. So they had to learn everything. I didn't show them anything. I didn't teach them. I didn't do any tutorials. I just left them with the computer. I told them, okay, go for it. It's trial and error. Do it and see how you go about it. They knew the deadline. And they were doing everything on their own. I just gave them access to the equipment, to the place at school where they were meeting, after classes, before classes, during the breaks, whenever they had time, they wanted to do it. So it was up to them. They did all the brainstorming, like what kind of questions they want, what type of questions, like what content. Also, they had to think like how many questions about Polish culture, how many questions about global culture, what kind of people to include. And they also prepared guidelines for participants, because obviously the students who were playing had to know what to do. And I would like you to try 2 of the questions that my students created. Let's see if you get them right. That's the first one. This is the question which comes from my students' quiz, Kahoot. Let's see if you all get it correctly. Yes, actually, you see, this is what my students did. They put a little spelling mistake. Instead of Cyrus, they put siren. And that's why I guess so many of you thought that, because, when you're doing a Kahoot, you have to answer quickly, and then you can miss something. So an obvious mistake. And the other one, I don't know if you have any idea. I have no idea about Super Strikers. I don't know. I still don't know too much about it. And after the event, a lot of teachers messaged me and they said, we have no idea what this was about. It looked like, foreign to us. We didn't know the answers at all. That we thought we knew something about pop culture, but apparently we don't. Okay, well, good luck. I mean, I'm so happy to see those 74 people answering correctly. I would get it absolutely wrong. Next one, please. But, well, congratulations to Kim, Mike, Jeffy, Catherine, and Namba. Next one, please. And when the day came, it was the 7th of June. And my students did everything. They ran the show completely. I was just there to help them. And they welcomed the participants, they ran the show, they introduced the rules, they spoke English all the time. That was great. Next one, please. And I would like you to answer this question. What do you think? Before, when you were joining the Kahoot, I said there were like 200 something plus participants. And I said, well, we had more. What do you think? And my students were running an online show in front of these people for the first time in their life in English, which is not their native language. Our native language is Polish. Yeah, more than 1,000 participants. Can you imagine that? I'm sure there are so many teachers or adults who would completely freak out if they had to speak a foreign language in front of such audience. Next one, please. And after the event, this is what I collected in another Wakelet collection, just to show any moments when our event was mentioned on school websites and on Facebook pages. There were so many schools that so many teachers that mentioned Kahoot Cup Poland 2022, saying that their students had a great time and they really enjoyed it. Next one, please. And this is what I think from what I talked to my students and what I learned from my students and what I noticed and observed, this is what my students learned during that process, during the event, before the event. I think that the brave part is also important because it will give them so much strength for their future life and all the skills of time management, working in a team, which is so much important, right? Collaboration is one of the competences of the future. Also English, this is a foreign language for them, and it was just like it was there, but they didn't focus on learning English. It was just came. They had to search for information because when they were not sure about which answer is correct, they had to check. They helped me write an article to inform the local community about it, and they also, as you saw, they ran that online meeting. Next one, please. And now, how do you feel from what you have seen? What your answer is to this? It's like a little funny. I mean, the answers are a little funny. And, just wondering what your opinion is. Do you need convincing, or do you believe that, yes, a little bit convincing, 2% of people think that maybe there is need to be more convinced, but a huge majority thinks that, yes, absolutely, it helps. It really helped my students for sure. And they even said, I came after that event, I said, we don't know if this is ever going to, like, an event like this or a chance like this, opportunity like this ever happens in our life. And they were so thankful for having this opportunity to do such an event. Thank you. Next one. And I'm leaving you with this quote from Alfie Kohn. What matters is not what we teach, it's what they learn. And the probability of real learning is far higher when the students have a lot to say about both the content and the process. Thank you. I just hope that you will believe that. Well, congratulations, Catherine. Jaffe, I don't know if this is how it should be pronounced. And who is the winner? Congratulations, Kim. Well done. And there are 2 runners-up, for her and Jeanette, I believe.
Congratulations to our podium, and thank you so much, Monica, on behalf of you and your students, but also you and your leadership and organization for equipping your students with all of the resources and support they needed to redefine awesome and really show and explore student-centered learning. Also, a quick kudos to Monica, as she is also a verified educator here on Kahoot, meaning that all of her content and games are organized and available for you to browse, review, and try out on your own to add to your own library too. So thank you so much, Monica.
Thank you so much. Have a lot.
Yes, absolutely. A perfect transition now to our Kahoot Academy team, who happen to be experts in what it looks like to both share and source content from Kahoot Academy's all new marketplace. So welcome Academy and Marketplace crew members, Amanda, Agneta, and Louisa.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Hannah. Welcome to all you need to know about Kahoot's new marketplace. We are so excited to be here with you today to talk about all things marketplace related. So in this presentation today, we will go over Kahoot Academy and the marketplace. We will discuss what are high quality marketplace learning resources. And we will go through a step-by-step guide on how to become a marketplace seller. It's a lot of exciting information we have here for you today. So, as I said, my name is Amanda, and I am Product Marketing Manager for Kahoot Academy. And I also am excited to introduce who we have with us here today. We have Agneta Pedersen, VP and Head of Kahoot Academy. Hi, Agneta. And we also have Louisa Rosenheck, who is Director of Pedagogy at Kahoot. And they are both filled with lots of information. So I'm going to pass it off to Agneta to get us started. Over to you, Agneta.
Thank you, Amanda. Hello, everyone. My name is Agneta Pedersen, and I'm calling in from Oslo, Norway today. And I represent Kahoot Academy. And at Kahoot Academy, we are supporting Kahoot's amazing creator community and providing high quality content to all of Kahoot's users. And today I'm super excited to present you all to all the details on how you can become a seller on the first of its kind global and truly unique marketplace on Kahoot. So I will start with introducing you to Kahoot Academy and what it is, and how Kahoot Academy supports our global creator community of teachers like you, and how we bring content to millions of Kahoot users every month. Then Louisa, Kahoot's very own Head of Pedagogy, will walk you through how you can reimagine learning and learning content on Kahoot. Basically, how you can create the very best content for your classroom and for Kahoot's marketplace. And I saw in the chat earlier that there was some questions about Kahoot courses, and Louisa will go through that in her part of this session. And lastly, Amanda will take you through a step-by-step guide on how you can become a seller on the new marketplace. And since there is a lot of new information and concept being presented today, we have gathered all of the information from this session on our website, and we will share the landing page where you find everything we mentioned today at the end of this session. So you don't have to be afraid to miss any details at all. So first of all, I will introduce you a little bit to Kahoot Academy. Kahoot Academy is a global community that allows educators, publishers, and other creators to share their knowledge and their learning resources with millions of Kahoot users around the world directly on Kahoot, either in the form of free content or ready-to-use premium learning resources available on Kahoot's marketplace. The content from Kahoot Academy can be accessed directly on Kahoot, both on the web and in Kahoot's mobile apps, and is available in a range of topics and languages for learners of all ages. Kahoot Academy started in 2020 because we saw an increasing need for high-quality, ready-to-use content on Kahoot during the pandemic. This content, made by our community of creators and our amazing content partners like Disney, Marvel, Minecraft, and NASA, is currently played by more than 300 million participating players from all over the world every year. And most of this content is available for free and in several languages. In December last year, we launched our first content subscription, Kahoot Plus Access Pass. And that subscription allows users to access a comprehensive library of premium content starting at $3 per month. Kahoot Plus Access Pass is now available both for individuals and for schools and districts to purchase on behalf of their teachers. And in March of this year, we started to gradually roll out Kahoot Marketplace with select educators. And this back to school season, we are open for all educators on Kahoot to offer their content on Kahoot's Marketplace. Kahoot Marketplace is a marketplace available directly on Kahoot, as I said, both on the web and in our mobile apps. And on this marketplace, verified creators, such as teachers, can offer their content and make some extra money from their content sales. And it allows millions of Kahoot users around the world to access exactly the content they need to make learning awesome. In a nutshell, Kahoot Marketplace enables content creators to become sellers and make extra money from the content directly on Kahoot. Verified creators, publishers, domain and subject matter experts can all become sellers on the marketplace. And any Kahoot user from all around the world can find, access, and enjoy the content that fits perfectly for their classroom. The content offered on the marketplace comes in a range of languages and topics so that anyone can find and access the content they need to make learning awesome. Actually, there is no limitation to languages and the topics offered on the marketplace, since the content is made by you, our truly global community of teachers, learners, and learning providers from all over the world. So if you are thinking about becoming a marketplace creator, you can offer content in your own language. There is no limitations for that. And what is even better, we are just getting started. During the next months, the marketplace will grow with more content, more creators from all over the world, and more formats, including more advanced Kahoot courses. And we welcome you all to join. Amanda will soon take you through a detailed step-by-step guide on how you can join the marketplace. But before that, we will spend some time to focus on the best practices to create high-quality content for the marketplace. This includes a new format that allows for new ways to learn on Kahoot, called Kahoot Courses. And to take you through Kahoot Courses and a general approach to high-quality learning content, I'm very happy to hand this over to Kahoot's very own Head of Pedagogy, Louisa Rosenheck.
Hello, everyone. I'm so glad to be here, and I am joining from Boston, Massachusetts. So as Agneta said, I am here to talk a little bit about what we think are some of the most creative and interesting ways that you can use Kahoot courses. So one of the things that Kahoot courses lets you do is package up a more comprehensive learning experience designed around your Kahoots. We all use Kahoots in different creative ways in our teaching, and this allows us to share all the materials that go into a lesson plan to complement the Kahoots. In a course, Kahoots are, of course, the star of the show. You can add PDFs also that function as slides or do-nows or discussion prompts, even hands-on activity instructions, really anything you want. So interactive math labs from Dragonbox can also be a part of your sequence to let students explore math concepts with these digital manipulatives. And then you can use video from YouTube or Vimeo, and soon you'll be able to embed other types of digital content as well. All of this means that you can take all the digital elements of your lesson, wrap them up together with a teacher's guide, and kind of put a bow on it. So that way the course will be ready for you to use at the right time in your curriculum and to share as a complete package with other educators. So what does it take to create a learning resource centered on Kahoots that is high quality and a good fit for the marketplace? You want to, of course, keep in mind making it comprehensive. So the Kahoots are connected to other learning activities. We want to incorporate our Kahoot values, make it playful, keep in mind active learning, and of course, make it globally relevant because people from all over the world are going to be browsing your content. We always suggest that you include a combination of knowledge, skills, and abilities. So you might cover some content knowledge in one activity or in a Kahoot, and then you might have a do now or an activity, a hands-on project that's a little bit more open-ended, really building some 21st century thinking skills. And then some more concrete kind of essential elements, things you want to include in your course. Remember that courses can come in many forms. So it can be a bundle of Kahoots that someone can choose, pick and choose from a set of Kahoots. It can also be lesson plan style. It can be a sequence that someone's going to follow in a 40 or 50-minute lesson plan. You always want to make sure that you have clear learning objectives, just like any good lesson plan, and communicate those, and a clear description that describes what is in the course, what does it do, how does it function. We always suggest that you use Kahoots to either bookend or anchor the experience in some way so that you're intentionally designing how the Kahoots are connected to the rest of the learning. And you can include core learning materials as well as supplementary resources. And finally, very important to include is a facilitation guide or a teacher guide so that your buyers or anyone else using your course will know what to do, and they'll know that's the place to put all the tips and all the explanation of how you implement this lesson with your students. By keeping these things in mind as you design and build on Kahoot, you'll be able to make the best possible resources for yourself and to sell in the marketplace. Now, to see this in action, here are a couple examples of different ways to use Kahoot courses. On the left, we have one created by an elementary teacher, one of our verified creators. This course has a great collection of Kahoots that let kids practice the same reading skill, but with different words in the different Kahoots. Teachers can use whichever Kahoots fit their need, and they also get some related activities and worksheets as extras to fit in wherever they think it works best. And then this one on the right was created by another verified creator, a high school biology teacher. This one functions as a lesson plan with informational Kahoots, discussion prompts, and a teacher's guide with tips and the full lesson plan. What you use a course for really just depends on what you put in it and how you design it. And we want to encourage you all to think about creative uses of Kahoots in your teaching and how they connect to the rest of the learning. Learning can happen during playing a Kahoot, or can happen around it with a Kahoot playing a specific role. Embedding them into our teaching in meaningful ways lets us carry the engagement and excitement of a Kahoot into the rest of the learning activities, making the whole lesson plan more fun for teachers and students. For example, a Kahoot might function as kind of a spark or a hook. It could be review or reflection, or it could be an assessment. And I'm sure all of you have used Kahoots in these various ways. When we think about how learning happens in a lesson, it can come from so many formats: discussion, collaboration, use of other materials, prompts for creative projects, and lots more. So the key to a good course is thinking through what is the connection between the Kahoots to deeper learning activities that build all kinds of skills that we care about. Finally, when it comes to actually putting together your Kahoot learning resources, we have a bunch of materials here to help you out. We have all on this website, we have best practices and guidelines. So a lot of the information that we're going through in this session, all available there. We have some templates of a facilitation or research resource. It has and to fit your course, and then upload it as one of the preview images so that people browsing your course can see exactly what's in there. Very exciting, downloadable illustrations and GIFs and stickers so you can spruce up all of your materials and make them look nice and Kahooty. And we have some example courses that we at Kahoot have created that really show some of the different ways that Kahoots can fit and with the other materials and what kinds of other materials you can include. Now, you don't have to use all of these, but we want you to know where to find them so you can make your resources awesome in terms of looking fun and engaging and polished, and creating exciting learning experiences for your students and other Kahoot teachers' students as well. So with that, I will give you back to Amanda to take you through the step-by-step on how to become a seller on Kahoot's Marketplace.
Thank you very much, Louisa. That was very helpful. So I will now walk you through how you can become a marketplace seller and offer your learning content, the content that Louisa just spoke about, to millions of Kahoot users around the world. How exciting. So who can share and who can sell learning resources? It's great news that all verified creators have the opportunity to receive donations directly from their verified profile. And that's available whether you share your content for free or paid. Then verified creators on paid plans are also able to offer their basic learning resources for sale. The verified creators who are on Premium Plus or similar will be able to sell learning resources such as courses, and also have access to all of their different price levels for their resources. So the higher paid plans give you more options for what to price your learning resource on the marketplace. Now, another option we have is that teachers can also be offered license payments for the content that you submit if it's very, very high quality. And this content could be offered as part of Kahoot's content subscription service. Now, in terms of payout rates, they vary based on your plan. And you can find all the details on the landing page that Louisa actually just shared before, kahoot.com/marketplace-creator. So if we move on, I'm going to tell you a little bit about how you become a marketplace creator. Here we go, all the steps on one slide. Step 1. Log into Kahoot and create your high quality learning resources. You might already have Kahoots that you can input into those Kahoot resources. I'm going to scoot back one slide because the second step is actually to become a verified creator. Monica, who hosted our Kahoot before, is a verified creator, and we're so excited about that. Step 3 is register as a seller directly from your Kahoot profile when you are logged in. And that's exactly where you can submit your learning resources for sale. Step 4 is promote and sell your learning resources. And lastly, step 5 is receive your payments and donations. So now we're going to dive a little bit deeper into those steps. And I know this is going to be very detailed, but you will receive the recording later. And lots of these steps are outlined on the landing page, kahoot.com/marketplace-creator. So step 1, it starts with creating your learning resources. And as Louisa mentioned, Kahoot Courses is the flagship product to be offered on the marketplace. And this can be either a collection of Kahoots that you create, a course, or an interactive lesson. But as you can see here from the screenshot, you log in, and on the top right-hand side, you can either start by creating your individual Kahoots. And if you have them already, you can go ahead and begin creating your courses. Now, we recommend that you as a teacher use your very own classroom as a starting point. Create learning resources that you believe would work for your students that support both high engagement and deeper learning. And as Agneta mentioned, this can be any topic, age, or grade level. And we have all these resources to support you. Step 2 is to become a verified creator. And this is really easy. And it is the key to receiving donations and becoming a marketplace seller. So once again, you log into your account and you click on the button that says go to application. It is totally free for all teachers to apply to become a verified creator. And as I said, you apply by logging in, click the top home navigation, and right from there, you click go to application. Now, you become verified based on the quality and the accuracy of your content. Now, let me just mention that protecting copyright is very important. So please make sure the content you submit is made by you and does not contain any copyrighted images. On the right-hand side of the screen here, you can see a non-filled out profile page where you would submit all of this information to get verified. Now, what do you get when you become a verified creator? You not only get to say that you are a Kahoot Academy verified creator, but you also get a public verified profile where you can share lots of information and resources that you create. You get access to donation opportunities, you get special badges and unique resources, you get access to our global creator and educator community, You get, of course, inspiration and motivation from other creators and educators and the content that you see from them. And last but not least, you get marketplace seller access, where you can offer your learning resources for sale. So once you become a verified creator, you can then move on to step 3 and register as a seller and upload your learning resources for sale. Now, I'm going to go step by step with these next slides here to show you exactly how you do that. First, you log into your Kahoot account and click on Home if you're not automatically redirected to the home screen. Then on the next slide, we click on Add Content in the Verified Profile section. This is the one button you need to get to. Once you click that, on your on this page, you'll now see in your Verified Profile section that you can click on Sign Up as a Seller. Once you click on that, you can enter your PayPal account email and create a PayPal account. Then you click Next. You then enter your information here about your address and click Next. You create your first course or collection if you haven't already. And once you do that, you submit your first course or multiple courses for sale by clicking right where that arrow is. From there, you select the course that you want to list on the marketplace, and you can click more than one at a time. Click Add. Then you can select your sales price for your course or collection. As I mentioned before, the lowest tier plan, you can price your course or your resource at $3. And the other plans like Premium Plus, you can offer your learning resources at $6 or $10 as well, in addition to $3. Once you choose your price, you confirm your rights and agree to the terms and conditions. Then you click on Save and complete the submission, or add the course to add another course to submit more content if you would like. Once you click Save, you can see from here that the course is then pending approval. And then once it is approved, you can observe that your resource is approved right there with that little green approve sign, and you will also get notified when this has been approved. Whew. That's how you become a seller and upload your learning resources to be approved for the marketplace. So what happens when they're approved? You can see that it is time for you then to promote and sell your resources. So as you can see here, you can add your paid content to your Kahoot verified profile and promote your content in any way that you want, such as sharing the content on your own social media, on a blog, or on a website that you might have on your own. Now, based on quality and relevance of your content, it can also be promoted on Kahoot's platform and app, as well as in the search results when someone searches for a specific topic or a specific piece of content. Now, let me mention, we have lots of special holidays coming up, and our learners and our learning providers and our teachers love to find content that is seasonal, such as Halloween coming up. Now, if you become a marketplace creator, we highly recommend creating content related to those special seasons. So as you can see here, you have the opportunity to reach millions of potential buyers of your content every single month. So what's the final step? Step number 5 is to receive your payments and donations. Yay! So as I mentioned, donations are made directly from your verified profile, and 100% of them go directly to the educator. License payments for selected content are paid out monthly, and payouts for marketplace sales are paid out after every quarter. There are more details on this on kahoot.com/marketplace-creator. So last but not least, what did we cover today? We talked about Kahoot's Marketplace and Kahoot Academy, and you can join Kahoot Academy where you can offer your learning resources for sale on Kahoot's Marketplace. And let me remind you, you can also offer them for free. We talked about with Louisa what are high quality learning resources. So she mentioned you can create courses or collections that combine this deeper learning and increased engagement. How to become a marketplace seller? Okay, top 3 steps. Number 1, create your learning resources. Number 2, become a verified creator directly from your homepage. And number 3, register as a seller and upload your learning resources for sale. And okay, what's next? Go to kahoot.com/marketplace-creator if you have more questions or need to review some information. This landing page that I have here at the bottom of the screen is frequently updated with all the details you need, including the resources that Louisa mentioned earlier. So please check out that page when you have a moment. And with that, we thank you for your attention. It has absolutely been a pleasure to share all the details about Kahoot's new marketplace with you today. We really hope that many of you will start your creation now and become a marketplace seller right away. And we know, Hannah, that this will totally make Kahoot Marketplace a truly amazing place to explore content and support educators around the world. And I'm just going to put one little plug at the end. If you're interested in becoming a seller, but also accessing resources right away that you want for your classroom, for back to school, you need some courses, some Kahoots, some lessons, the marketplace is actually open, and we have sellers that are selling their content that they have created. So I suggest go to your Discover page when you log in and explore some resources that are already for sale on the marketplace. And Hannah, I'm passing it back to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Amanda. And a perfect transition, and love to hear the examples of not sure where to start in creating content. Think about your own classroom curriculum, your student standards and learning goals, and use kind of the curriculum and the toolbox you already have to transfer and translate that over to the Kahoot platform, building out Kahoots and courses. And we are joined by a veteran expert and truly expert Kahooter and crew member. Sydney is here to share and kind of define and redefine how classroom curriculum can feel limitless on Kahoot. Sydney is here to help us steer next steps and goals to creating both effective and engaging learning experiences on Kahoot for both material we already have and potentially new material too. Welcome, Sydney. Thanks for joining.
Thanks so much, Hannah, for having me. I'm so excited to be here to present again at another one of our online events that I just love so much. I love supporting you all in the chat, but I also love the opportunity to present as well. So I am here to talk to you all about introducing new topics with Kahoot. So that's where we're going to put our focus for the next 30 minutes. So I appreciate everyone who's contributing to our chat. A bunch of Kahooters are here to help answer your questions. So feel free to place any questions you have in the chat, and also feel free to, in parallel with my presentation, have a conversation in the chat about how you introduce new topics with Kahoot. If you see a feature that I'm presenting on that you like and you enjoy, feel free to shout it out, share your own experience in introducing new topics with Kahoot during this time. I would also love to revisit and just ask where everyone is joining us from today. I would love to know. I'm sure it's late for a few of you. We have such a global audience. So let's see in that chat where you all are joining us from. All right, we have folks joining us from the Philippines, Denver, Canada, Nevada, Toronto, Massachusetts, Idaho. Amazing. So a lot of US represented here, but also all around the world. That is one of my favorite things about Kahoot, is how global we are. So my name is Sydney, and since I'm asking you all where you're from, I'll let you know where I'm from as well. I am from Austin, Texas, and currently still live here. I sit on the customer success team within Kahoot for 2 years, I believe, as of this week. So I'm just hitting my 2-year anniversary with Kahoot, which is very exciting. And I help support educators through K-12 and also higher education who decide to adopt the Kahoot EDU subscription that's available for schools and districts and campuses and departments to bring many educators under one EDU subscription, giving you the tools that you need with every Kahoot feature that we currently offer. So I help instruct and teach educators on how to use and make the most out of our features within Kahoot. And my favorite Kahoot features at the moment, they change all the time, but I love importing slides, which we're going to talk about because it is relevant to this topic. And I also love the assigning Kahoot way to play. Also, feel free to shout out your favorite Kahoot feature in the chat. I would love to know what some of your favorite Kahoot features are. So let's see if we see those coming in. On what are your favorite Kahoot features? Slider, word cloud, slider. Awesome. So we enjoy a lot of our different question types. That is great. Longhorn in the house, hook 'em. We're big UT fans here in this household. The podium, yes, the podium is so exciting. Those different games, game modes. I love that that's already someone's favorite feature in Kahoot. They are so new and they are so fun to play. So as we all know, Kahoot can be used in many different ways. I like to say Kahoot is a creative platform to begin with. But what we're going to focus on today is one of those ways to play, which is introducing and instructing on brand new content. I love that you're still putting in some of your favorite features as well, but I am curious, who does have some experience in using Kahoot to instruct on new content? Or do you use Kahoot mostly for review and for assessment? Feel free to let me know in that chat. Now, if you don't yet use Kahoot to introduce new topics, don't worry, that's what we're here to talk about today. So why introduce topics using Kahoot is the first section that we're going to go through. We're also going to talk about tips on designing and delivering Kahoots that introduce a new topic. And what are those features within Kahoot that allow you to do so, that make it easier for you to introduce new topics to your students? And don't worry, we will be going into the Kahoot platform itself, so you can see how I start to design and use some of these features. All right, so I see that there is a lot of you that use Kahoot for review. We are so good at using Kahoot for review, so that is great to see. And I hope that maybe after the session, you might be inspired to use Kahoot to also instruct on brand new content. This is also just exploring further integrating Kahoot into your lesson planning as a whole. So I hope that you will learn something new today. And thank you all so much for contributing in the chat. All right, so why introduce topics with Kahoot? Again, feel free to put your own opinions into the chat to converse amongst yourselves. But I have 3 reasons why I think you should introduce topics with Kahoot. So to start with, it can put all students on a level playing field. So rather than assessing students' knowledge on what you believe they should already know, really creating a competition only with those who are maybe stronger in that material, you can start with everyone at an even playing field with introducing and engaging students with content that they have not yet been exposed to. So it gives them all a chance to feel success and motivation in that Kahoot and during that learning experience. Now, you can also spark curiosity through engagement. Introducing new topics can be very difficult, especially if it's not engaging for the students. So Kahoot can be that tool to provide engagement to support their learning. Last but not least, you can instantly assess learning, and especially towards those learning objectives that you've planned out for your lesson with our Kahoot reports. So immediately after hosting a Kahoot that instructs on new content, you can review that report to see what students have been able to grasp during that time together, and also look at what potentially needs to be revisited in the future, making your job easier to inform you on future instruction. I'm just checking what's going on in the chat as well to find out what students already know. Yeah, we're definitely going to talk about that. I use it to introduce new topics to get a baseline before I teach. Absolutely. Using Kahoot to create that baseline to understand students' prior knowledge is an absolutely great way to use it as well. All right, so now how do we design and deliver a Kahoot that introduces a new topic? And I like to start off with this quote, which is from Stephanie Castle, who is an IB biology teacher and a great partner within Kahoot for a very long time now. But this is what Stephanie had to say. We can structure our Kahoots very much like we structure our lesson plans. So in the previous session with Kahoot Academy, you learned a little bit about courses and how that can be designed. The same methodology can also be for a single Kahoot in creating both, where you can approach creating a Kahoot exactly like you would an entire lesson. So your mindset and your design of the learning experiences you create doesn't have to change. It's just choosing Kahoot as that vehicle. So let's talk about how to get started. So of course, we want to outline those learning objectives. So you want to ask yourself these questions. What is the topic? What do I want the students to understand and take away from this lesson? What are the key things I want them to know? And how is this topic related to prior learning? So that's already been mentioned in the chat, to assess prior understanding and learning. And also, how does it relate to their lives outside of the classroom? Relating that content back to real world experiences can really help the students remain engaged in the topic that you're introducing. Now that you have those learning objectives mapped out and you're ready to start creating, these are some helpful tips that I recommend. So in the beginning of your Kahoot, it's a good idea to design some questions to allow students to feel successful early on. So what is that prior knowledge? What is how you're connecting it back to their real life? And add those questions in there so students can get excited, feel that motivation, and really feel that success early on, and spark their curiosity on the topic, making it interesting for them. Now, when you do decide during a Kahoot to really challenge the students, so you are planning on asking a question on something that has not been instructed on, you want to make sure that you're reinforcing the correct answer directly after. Also, too, as you are creating a playful learning experience and they're learning throughout the Kahoot, you want to provide students the opportunity to show what they're learning. So maybe you start off helping them feel a little bit successful, then you're going to challenge the students in the middle, and then you want them to also feel successful at the end for them to apply what they have learned and understood throughout the lesson. Now, throughout the Kahoot, you always want to check in with the students and potentially give them an out. So if students are falling behind, you can provide answer options like "my head hurts" or "I'm a little bit lost" to indicate to you that you need to slow down, and check in with those students and maybe see if there are more in the class who are feeling the same. And we'll talk about some of those strategies for building in that breathing room so that no students are left behind. And of course, in our Kahoot Creator as well, you're able to customize the timer and points depending on the difficulty of the question. So if you are wanting to provide more time for students to answer, to provide an educated guess, you can customize the timer to be up to 4 minutes. So you can give students up to 4 minutes to submit the answer to the question. Now, tips for delivery. So once you have your Kahoot that's introducing a brand new topic, how are you going to deliver it? Well, there's more than one way to deliver a Kahoot that's introducing a new topic. So our two main ways to play is our live way to play, or also that start button. That is that synchronous option within Kahoot. So that's where you are actively hosting or setting up a game mode for students as well. And then students are all going through the Kahoot at the same pace. So if you are hosting this live and synchronously with students, if you come across a challenging question, you can ask students who got it correct why they picked that answer. Was it a actual just straight up guess, or did they take some context clues from earlier in the presentation or in the Kahoot to inform them on answering this question? So you can use it to start a discussion with the students and help them understand what they're actually learning throughout the experience. You can use our slides. We're going to talk about slides when we dive into those features. So you can use those slides to connect with the class and discuss until they're ready to move on. One of the key features about slides that I love the most is that there is no time associated to them. So you can really, again, build in that breathing space and allow that time to connect back with your students to make sure you're all on the same page. Now, again, after that Kahoot is hosted, you always want to review that report so you can decide what needs to be spiraled back into future instruction. I just had a peek over at the chat and you all are already suggesting so many great ideas. I see single screen being mentioned. I see the 4-minute time being mentioned. I also see some images being suggested as well. Media is always great to include in your Kahoot too, and we'll talk a little bit about that as well. And yes, don't worry, this is recorded and will be available to you later to revisit. I know it's a lot of information. Now, another option you have to use this Kahoot is to assign the Kahoot. And why might you want to assign a Kahoot that introduces a new topic? Well, here's some suggestions below. And just as a reminder, assigning a Kahoot is our asynchronous way to play, where you're creating a link and then sharing that link with students to complete on their own time and at their own pace. So you can provide the assigned Kahoot to students who were absent, give them a very similar learning experience as the students who were in class with you. And so you can provide that to them for them to learn on their own. You can also provide the assigned Kahoot to students to review at home so they can study on their own. They can revisit that material that you covered in class that day so that they're able to show and experience what they've learned throughout it. Now, with our assigned way to play, you can turn off the question timer. I want to say that again. With our assigned way to play, you can turn off the question timer. So this does prioritize accuracy over speed, which allows students the time and the space to discover and find the answers for themselves, which is perfect when they're still in the stage of learning this particular topic that you're focusing on. Now, another strategy for assign that I love, and this works with less tech savvy participants maybe, so our younger learners, that is used. If you generate an assignment link, you can open up that link and present your screen and actually go through the Kahoot together. So rather than students answering each question individually, as a class, you can answer the questions in the Kahoot, going through it all together at the same time. Now, don't worry, I didn't forget about our game modes, and I love that Steve earlier in the meetup mentioned this as well, but you can absolutely use game modes to introduce new material. So if you have a subject that you're expecting to teach soon, you can always use our Discover page to find a Kahoot on that particular topic. You don't even need to create it yourself, and you can expose students to that material in a fun and engaging way, promoting the objective to learn rather than assess. And within our game modes, there's the opportunity for students to repeat and re-answer questions, allowing for that repetition so that once you actually are ready to teach the topic, the students will be curious and hopefully excited to learn more, hopefully, and they may also be surprised as to what they already know. All right, so now we're going to dive into those ever awesome features that Kahoot has to offer to support that creation and that delivery. So we are going to start off with our slides. Now, do not worry, not every one of our slides is a paid feature. So slides are available to you even as a free user. So if you are a free user, you can use this as a strategy to introduce new material and reinforce key points as well. So as mentioned, you can use these slides to introduce new topics, new information, new material, reinforce an answer, after a question is asked. You can also provide an agenda and recap the key points and learning objectives and takeaways that you want the students to take home. Now, with these slides, there is no time limit, again, allowing for that breathing space in a Kahoot for you to really connect with your class. We have a total of 10 slide layouts where one is available for free, and that one does include the option to easily embed media into that slide. So you can add text, images, GIFs, and videos into our slide templates. Now, if you are a paid user of Kahoot, then you have access to import existing slides from presentations that you currently work with and have. Those are supported in PowerPoint, Keynote, Google Slides in the form of a PDF that can be imported into the Kahoot creator to create and design an entire interactive presentation. So let's actually hop into our Kahoot creator. So here's our Kahoot creator. And just so you know, I am on a Kahoot EDU subscription, just so you are aware. But whenever you want to add in those slides, you just choose that option to add a slide. Now, again, these are all the templates available to you if you are a paid Kahoot user, but you do have this classic slide if you are one of our free users as well. So here's where you can see that you can type in whatever you need to, whatever you're wanting to instruct and inform the students on. And there's this opportunity in the middle to embed those videos and also those different images as well, and GIFs and all of the other media that we do support. Now, again, if you are a paid user, you also have the option to import slides from existing presentations. So this is our slide importer where you can drag and drop or upload your presentations into the Kahoot creator. And again, these are our supported file formats. Now, what does that actually look like? I'm going to pop over to one of my Kahoots that already has slides imported. So this is where you can see these imported slides along the left-hand builder here, and how I have dotted in these different questions in between these slides. So this is what an entire interactive presentation looks like once you have created it. And you can see where material is introduced, you're then going to let students apply that learning. So whenever you are designing a Kahoot that introduces a brand new topic, you can decide, do I want to first present the information and then let students apply their learning? Or do I want to challenge the students and actually ask them the questions first and then use that as a way to go into the more instructional material through text and slides and video? So completely up to you. At the end of the day, you are the creator of this design or of this Kahoot. And so you really want it to be able to match your teaching style as well. So let's go to the next feature. Well, actually, not quite yet. We are interested in what students have to say about slides. So this is from a blog post from our Kahoot legend, that is Steve Oslander, and a blog post that he contributed to, which is linked in this slide deck. But Avery had to say that slides are super fun because you get to learn and read and put it all together with Kahoot. Marcos had to say that what I like about Kahoot slides is that when we are reading a page, there is no time limit, so there is no pressure. Steve, in this case, was using Kahoot for reading comprehension, using those slides to give students that time to read and then move through the Kahoot when everybody was ready to do so. And lastly, Mr. Oslander makes it super fun and you're learning while playing a competition. It's way better than doing worksheets. I love that one, and that is from Elijah. So, and I love Elijah's point as well, because it's learning while playing. And that's what Kahoot's really all about, is the learning while you're playing, not just testing and assessing what students should already know. All right, so you can make your slides even more powerful and your instruction more powerful by embedding videos. Now I want to head back to the chat and let me know, how often do you use videos in your instruction? So how often do you support your instruction with videos? I would love to know that in the chat, and we'll keep an eye on it as those start to come in. So videos are super useful. They can be used for building background knowledge on a topic, enriching the written content, deepening students' learning, and really applying those real world examples that they can take away, take home, and also learn more about on their own time. So in the Kahoot Creator, you can embed videos onto our slide templates, and that is supported through our integrations with YouTube and Vimeo. All right, so we have several times, all the time, rarely, 3 times a week, at least once a week. Completely fair about security. We love security here at Kahoot too. So yeah, so you're already using video, so you can now build in that piece of your instruction into your Kahoots. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. So I have this Kahoot here, and it's all about coral reef ecosystems. Now it's generally going through everything about coral reef ecosystems, but in this case, I am wanting to use this slide to embed a video about coral reef restoration. So let's go ahead and open up our media to hop into our videos. And lo and behold, it's actually already even pulling up the videos that I'm interested in using on coral reef restoration, but you can also use the search bar up at the top. So I can include this YouTube video into this slide, and I can even decide where I want to start it and end. So you can use this same video and just present different segments throughout the Kahoot. So that also is an option for you to include videos into your Kahoot. But as you can see here, I've embedded the video onto my slide. So all the focus is going to be on the video. So students don't have to worry about paying attention to the video and answering questions at the same time. And let's preview what that looks like. So you can see here, I have complete control over this video. I can even adjust the volume. I can turn on those captions if available, take it full screen, and include text to support the video. So maybe I'm asking students to pay attention to something specific. And then as you create this Kahoot, you'll then want to support the video by asking students, what can we do to help coral reef? So what can they reflect on after watching that video about how they're supporting coral reef restoration over on the Great Barrier Reef? You can also use the opportunity to assess what students learned after watching that video. And thank you again to everyone contributing in the chat. It's hard to do both at the same time, but I see it moving, which is awesome. So I'm running close to time. So last but not least is, of course, all of our lovely question types that we know and love. So many of you named a lot of our question types as some of your favorite features in Kahoot. So these are what I call the moments of engagement. So you can really design these however you need to support introducing that new topic and new material. So we're going to start off by talking about our testing knowledge question types. All of these, there is a correct answer. So this is where you can really challenge students, but you can also use them to ask students to apply what they've learned. And all of these questions will generate that accuracy-based reporting after the Kahoot is hosted or assigned. So it allows students to apply their learning throughout the lesson rather than at a later time, again, informing you on what they're grasping. You want to use these question types and tie them back into the main learning objectives that'll make assessing that report a little bit easier for you. These are the question types that helps build excitement and motivation for students to critically think through the questions, applying educated guesswork, as they will achieve points for accuracy. Next, we also have our open-ended question types or collecting opinion question types. And these are all paid features, just so you know. But you can use these to prompt thinking and also spark discussion. So you can gather opinions and actually still assess, engage, understanding, and knowledge without the pressure of points. So I would also love to know in the chat, have you ever used a quiz question like a poll where you take away the points and choose all the answers to be correct? It is an amazing workaround. I love workarounds, and that is definitely a workaround for poll, but we do actually have a poll question type. I can already see a couple of yeses in the chat, which again, I love workarounds. So amazing to whoever first discovered that. But we do actually have a poll question type that you can use if you do have access to it. So you can ask students, you know, have you heard of blank? What do you know about blank? What do you like about blank? And again, spark that curiosity with them using these question types where there are no points involved. You can also use them to practice retrieval without prompts, such as an example of, what is one thing you learned today? How great would it be to include that open-ended question at the end of a Kahoot for them to recall and remember what is one thing they really took away from this lesson. That is also great to inform you on what was most interesting to the students. How does that help you in the future when you're also introducing new topics? And one question type that I do want to really touch on and focus on, just because I think it is very supportive of instructing a new piece of information while still helping every student feel successful, is this slider question was asked earlier, but I'm using that example of the Parthenon. So with slider, you can customize the answer margins. So if you were really assessing for only the correct answer and only wanting to give points to students who submit the correct answer, you can make that answer margin none. But my personal favorite answer margin is maximum. Every student will get points for answering this question, but they will just get more points the closer they are to the correct answer. So you can use this question type to, again, instruct and inform them on a piece of information where the answer is a number, but you can still help students feel successful in their learning if they even are submitting their best guess and they don't know that piece of information yet. If you are using a question type like this, where you're not expecting them to know the correct answer, but you're seeing how they're going to respond, again, you do just want to reinforce that afterwards. And I do just want to take a look at the chat. I love that people didn't know about the workaround, it does exist, but our poll question again makes it very easy for you to do. Yes, talking about why things are correct or incorrect is a great learning opportunity. That is awesome, Maria. And I also agree with word clouds using to collect and what they learned in a fun way. So it looks like you all have been having a really great conversation in the chat, which is awesome. I hope you've taken away something from this session about introducing new topics with Kahoot. And what's also great about introducing new topics with Kahoot is you already have material that you can use for your review Kahoots. So rather than just creating those, you can use what you've already created whenever you've introduced the material. And that is the end of my session, giving 2 minutes back to our time together. But I did just link my Twitter handle in here. If you do want to connect with me, you can. I'll also be in the chat as well after this session. And I do appreciate you staying and listening and engaging in the chat. And Hannah, I'll take it back to you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Sydney. And what an awesome opportunity to really take a deep dive in each of those new features, new tools, and ways that you can take content that already exists as part of your curriculum and bring it to Kahoot to really embed that interactive piece. So we appreciate you sharing and demoing all things Kahoot.
You're so welcome. Y'all enjoy the rest of the meetup.
There are truly endless strategies on how you may build awesome content, and just as important to build this content, but also measure the effectiveness of this content, whether it be for student growth and informing your own instruction, or to see how you are learning as part of a team or entire school community. All of these features that Sydney demoed and shared for us are part of that 25% off special for back to school. So a great tool and great reason to really deep dive yourself into these tools and features as well. The tools from whiteboard.fi make that component of interactive, embedded, and informative instruction even more possible. Sebastian is here now to share how you as a teacher or school-based staff in general can really capitalize on that one-on-one time with students through interactive presentation tools. Welcome, Sebastian. Glad to have you here.
Thank you, Hannah. It's great to be here. And hi, everybody. I'm Sebastian, the creator and founder of whiteboard.fi. I'm calling in today all the way from Raseborg here in southern Finland. Back when I was a teacher, I always struggled with wanting to know every student's answer in the classroom. Not just the ones raising their hands when I asked a question. If I could somehow quickly see everybody's answer, I could immediately sort out common misunderstandings. I could focus my help more efficiently. And I would know also if the students really know the answer, even if they don't bother raising their hands. I'm sure you can relate. Well, whiteboard.fi helps you get this superpower. It is really like reading their minds. With whiteboard.fi, every student gets their own individual whiteboard. Ask a question and you will see everybody answer in real time, in their own way, on their whiteboards. You get an instant overview of every student's answer. By instantly assessing the student's knowledge, you can make your teaching more engaging and avoid many common pitfalls. And you're using that precious time in the classroom more efficiently. Use it for entry or exit tickets, or simply improvising during the lesson in order to better understand the student's knowledge and adapt your teaching accordingly. This way, you will get more engaged students. Our users from all over the world love using whiteboard.fi. Here's a quote from Pauline in Ontario, Canada, who thinks the most important thing about the tool is that she can see who needs help instantly, even if they don't dare to ask for help. Tanya from Chicago loves how diverse learners can make use of the effective visual way to answer a question. And this is really something extremely powerful. Asking an open question and having the students answer freely. It's so nice to see them answer. Some will type, some will draw, and some will answer using images or emojis. Being able to choose how you answer is really engaging. Here at whiteboard.fi, we now have a completely new version coming that includes a brand new design, and pretty much everything has been redesigned from scratch, and there are countless of improvements to the overall experience, which makes the use of whiteboard.fi even more awesome. Let's now have a look at a few of the improvements. And first out is the new full screen version that now has a resizable view that lets you put the overview of the students in focus, that is the list to the right here, or your teacher whiteboard that is displayed to the left, or both in a split screen, depending on how you wish to display it. We then have a new live mode that makes it easy to switch between students. You can toggle between their pages to see how they are doing. Getting this quick overview is really, really helpful. And of course, you can save their works as PDFs as well. Additionally, we have a new focus mode that makes it possible to pause students' whiteboards while you are teaching or showing something. And this can be really useful. You can now download all the students' whiteboards, including all of their pages, with the click of a button. You can control the session expiration and can extend the expiration for up to 1 year. Another cool feature is the possibility for students to automatically load the teacher's whiteboard immediately when they join the session. This way, they will get into the action instantly without the need of any teacher interaction. Of course, our old beloved features have been improved as well. The instant access has been improved, and you can now join using a simple PIN code, just as in Kahoot. As a teacher, you can now log in or sign up using Kahoot, Clever, or Google. As before, you can identify your students through Clever, and this process is now even easier than before. The math tool is still awesome, the library is easier and more intuitive to use, and the co-teaching mode is seamless, and the feedback functionality is as smooth as ever. So, we now invite our fellow Kahoot educators to participate in the exclusive beta testing of this new version. Try it out now at beta.whiteboard.fi. And to celebrate this, we are now giving away 25% off on all plans until the end of September. We look forward to your feedback, and we can't wait to have whiteboard.fi integrated into Kahoot courses soon as well. So head over to the exclusive beta at beta.whiteboard.fi. We have a free version you can use instantly, and you can sign up for the free trial as well. And now, of course, get 25% off on all our plans. So that's it from whiteboard.fi today. I thank you all, and now giving it back to you, Hannah.
Thank you so much, Sebastian, and great to see so much excitement. Hopefully you get to have a chance to review what's going on in the chat right now. So many different options on how people are brainstorming where they might use the whiteboard tools. I'm seeing how teachers might ask students their moods or their interest for teaching new topics or even a teaching method in general. Cool to see some questions and discovery around whiteboard too. We have people that are trying and hearing about whiteboard for the very first time. So just another example on really the endless tools that are available from the Kahoot group, and so many tools that are still available to discover and kind of explore for the very first time, maybe as a teacher of awesome or just general creator at that. Just want to check back in with the chat, kind of get a pulse check on how you're feeling right now about all of these tools. What are you most excited about bringing back to your classroom? I know it's the beginning of the school year. We're still kind of fresh mid back to school season. And today, just in the last 2 hours of our meetup, we've heard of so many new question types. We've heard of new styles to play, like game modes from Color Kingdoms and Treasure Trove. Now we have new app tools like Whiteboard, our student passes, and even tools to help bridge the gap between making learning awesome as a leader in your classroom, maybe as a student perspective, and now as a learner perspective, and that learner into leader kind of experience and evolution. I see people feeling so excited, but also a little bit overwhelming at times. I agree, Eric. It can feel overwhelming to learn these new tools and really feel comfortable exploring them. We connect with that. We understand that. And we hope you kind of take each piece and take different experiences on Kahoot as an opportunity to revisit and grow your professional development too, whether reviewing all of the resources available on the Kahoot website or checking back into these recordings. All of the sessions today will be made available on the Kahoot website. We'll be sharing and posting the recordings as they become available throughout the next few days and into the next week. So we hope you tune back in to kind of explore and rediscover those features as they kind of marinate and resonate in your teaching pedagogy and practice. So maybe you're not even sure where to start yet. I see people are really excited about the new game modes as well as features on Whiteboard, excited for students to participate in their own Kahoot Cup based on experiences from Monica, and maybe not even sure how you'd like to deep dive into those skills and practices yet. We have even more to preview today and share. In fact, Blair from Clever is here now to talk about some best practices to help build and foster a whole classroom and even school community with so many digital tools and digital technology in mind. Welcome, Blair. Thanks for joining.
Howdy, thanks so much for having me. Really looking forward to this. Been looking forward to it all week. So hi there, my name is Blair. I manage customer education here at Clever. I'm located in Chicago. We have some lovely early fall weather today. In chat, I'm curious what your name is, which will pop up, I guess, when you message or chat, and also the city and country that you're in, because I've heard that we have folks from all over the world. I want to see where all of you are at. So while we're sharing that out, I'm going to go ahead and move ahead just so that we have enough time to dig into all the cool features. So like I said, my name is Blair. I manage customer education at Clever, which is a fancy way of saying I help folks use Clever as well as possible and get the most out of it. I previously taught middle school and 1st through 4th grade technology class, so I'm no stranger to teaching. And that's actually a big part of the reason why I'm so passionate about Clever as a tool. So I like to share this story to kind of share the value of Clever in my classroom. So I want you to picture it, 29 1st grade students trying to get logged in at once. Their username was their last name, first name, and then they had to find the @ and then add kipdc.org. And their password was their birthday and month, day, and year format. As you can imagine, most of my kiddos did not know what year they were born, let alone the month and the date. So needless to say, this was frustrating for everyone involved. And on a particularly tricky day, one of my students tried to sign in for the 5th time in a row, and he put his hand on my shoulder and he said, "Calm down, Mr. Mishlow, I'm only 6. And I did calm down. I took a deep breath and I was like, all right, we're going to figure this out. But I feel like that's a really good example about why I care so much about Clever and why I find it so useful as a tool, which we'll be digging into today. By the way, it seems like y'all have already found the chat box, but if you do have any questions, feel free to drop them in chat. We have a bunch of Cleverites there to support. If we do not get to your question, you can also reach out to our award-winning support team at support.clever.com. So let's dig into what we're covering today. So first, we're going to be talking about where Clever is available. Hint, it's available worldwide. We're going to talk about what Clever is. We're going to dig into one of our specific products, which is a tool to help you manage your digital classrooms. And then we'll dig into next steps. So very excited to say that as of the last week or so, we are now fully supported both in the USA and also in our neighbors up north in Canada. So Clever is available fully if you are in the USA or Canada. That includes any Commonwealth, any territories such as Puerto Rico. We're in any part of the USA, and we recently expanded to Canada. That being said, we are also available via self-support anywhere in the world. So if you are interested in using Clever and you are not in the USA or Canada, your district or school or network can still use Clever. They just will be in a self-supported model. So in chat, we're sharing some information to sign up. If your district or school or network does not yet use Clever, you can sign up. And you can also learn more about using it via the support article we're sharing. I do also want to name that we are launching pilots in the UK and in Australia. So please use the link in chat if you are in either of those countries and your school or district might be interested in piloting Clever. So what is Clever? I gave a little bit of a preview at the beginning, but in short, Clever is a single friendly way for teachers and students to get secure access to everything they need for digital learning: devices, applications, ebooks, or any other digital resource with one click. But how does it work? So with Clever, there's more time to teach and learn. I learned that as a teacher when I went from spending 15 to 20 minutes getting all my kids logged in to being able to get them logged in immediately. So Clever has a few core features that we're going to run through. The first is single sign-on, or SSO if you're a techie person. So by signing into Clever, you and your students can log into hundreds of applications with one click by clicking on the applications icon in the Clever portal. So no more usernames and passwords, one login into Clever and your students and you can access applications. I also wanted to name for younger students, they have the ability to sign into Clever without typing at all. So older students can sign into Clever using something like Google or Microsoft, but younger students can use a QR code called a badge, and they can sign in with zero typing. So all they need to do is hold up their personalized QR code, and it will automatically sign them in. So this offers another way that is secure for younger students or any student who needs help with typing. So in addition to single sign-on and badges, we also offer rostering. And this is a really big differentiator compared to some other tools such as signing in with Google. So rostering keeps all of your classes up to date. So you'll see on the left-hand side of this graphic, we have an English Language Arts Period 2 class with some students. Clever automatically takes those rosters from your student information system like PowerSchool and shares it with every learning application that your district or school uses. So if a student is added or removed, or it's the beginning of term, or it's the end of a semester, whenever students are added or removed, that information is automatically updated in your applications. So no more sharing class codes or manually adding or removing students every time your rosters change. And best of all, these features that we just ran through are completely free for schools and districts. So if your district is thinking of using Clever and hasn't used it yet, there is no fee for your district to utilize these features. There's no strings attached there. So I wanted to share a quote that I really appreciate that I think just kind of highlights that Clever allows teachers to do what matters most, which is helping students learn, not focusing on tech support or troubleshooting. So Rosa is a first grade teacher in Illinois, and I really appreciate the quote she shared. The next thing I want to mention is that you're in good company if you already use Clever, and if you haven't started using Clever yet, there's a big old party over here because 70% of US schools currently use Clever. It's a metric I love to share out. So I gave a very high level overview of Clever as a product. Now we're going to zoom in a little bit and talk about one of our products called Teacher Pages, which allow you to create collaborative digital classrooms. So there are a lot of other tools within Clever, but today, since we only have a few minutes, I wanted to dig in to one of them. So you can build your own digital classroom inside of Clever using our product called Teacher Pages. These are pages that you can build and customize for your students, and you can add any digital resource. So that includes applications and programs, links, and PDFs. It also allows you to organize resources for your students. So you can build categories for homework assignments, study guides, extracurricular activities. The sky's the limit. So enough of me talking and sharing a slide deck. I actually want to show you what Teacher Pages look like in practice. So I'm currently logged into Clever as a teacher, and you'll see up at the top, I have a few different teacher pages. So let's actually click on one to see what it looks like. So this is a teacher page for a high school English language arts teacher. So you'll see that they added some neat personalization up at the top. They added an animated GIF that they found online. They added a description and an emoji, along with a little bit more about their class. You'll notice that they added categories, and these are completely customizable. So they added a category for their syllabus and start of year documents, including a PDF of their 10th grade syllabus. They have a link to a survey that they added. And then they also have links to a variety of different programs that their students are going to use throughout the week. So this is a teacher page already built out. Now I want to show you what it looks like to build one from scratch. So if you have a teacher account in Clever, you can make as many teacher pages as your heart desires. To do that, you just click the green add button in the bottom right-hand corner. Then you'll click page, and you'll have a teacher page. So you'll see it's a little bit less fun than the one that we just looked at because we haven't built it out yet. So let's say I'm going to build a teacher page for my advisory. I already pulled a couple icons. So you can find these on the internet just by searching animated GIFs or going to Giphy. So I found a cute one that says Team Awesome, and my favorite color is green, so I'm going to set the background color to green. So you'll see now that we have a cute little animated GIF, and I'm going to update the title. And we do support emojis. So if you wanted to add an emoji, you can copy and paste one and just put it in here as well. So now that I've added a little bit of information up at the top, let's go ahead and add a category. So let's say that I want to make sure I'm supporting my students. Thinking of a category I might add for advisory. I know we oftentimes, when I was in advisory, would check on homework status. So I might make a category by clicking the green button and clicking category and name it homework help. And then you'll see I can add resources to this category. So my district, this is an imaginary district, of course, but my district uses Canvas, and that's where we have all of our assignments. So I'm going to click the green create and share button, click app, and I'm going to type in Canvas. It should, hold on one second. This always happens during a demo, right? So we do have it added. I might be typing it in wrong. Canvas. Oh, okay. Sorry. Give me 1 second. So I could actually add that as a link. So I would click the create and share button and then click link. And let's say I have the link to my Canvas account, and then I just would name it something like check your homework here. You can add a custom icon or choose one of the existing ones. So I have one that says always be learning. And once that loads, I'll click the add link button. So you can add links to literally anything that you would like students to click on. That can include, oh, okay, that didn't work. So I'll just choose a pre-existing icon. But you can add links to anything that you would like students to use. In addition, you can also add applications. So by clicking the green button in the bottom corner, you can click app. You'll notice we have a Kahoot integration as well. So any application that your district is connected to, you can add to your teacher page. So any application is available that your district's already using. You can also find applications that are available for free through what we call Clever Library. So any application that is connected to Clever, either through your district or through Clever Library, is available to be added to your teacher page. So the sky's the limit here. I think when I meet with teachers, sometimes they're like, like how could I use this in different ways? So I want to quickly show one more page before I go into some of the login features that teacher pages offer, which are a crowd favorite with teachers. So you'll see I have a variety of different pages. Another one that Mr. Emard made is one for his social studies class. So you'll see that he added Kahoot up at the top, of course. And then you'll see that he also organized Monday's lesson with a link, a PDF, and an exit slip for his students. He also organized a history of the USA project. So you'll see at the bottom, or below that, there's a rubric, some articles for research, and Wikipedia. And then he even linked to Google Classroom so that students can submit their assignments there. So the sky's the limit. I've said that several times, but I really want to hammer it home. You can do anything with teacher pages, and it's pretty nifty. So in addition to adding resources, you might have noticed a little sidebar on the left, which is what supports login tools. So we like to say that you can keep students on the same digital page by launching an application for your class or logging them all out. So really handy tools. You can also do a variety of things such as building a badge for the student, messaging them and things like that. You're going to have to take a look on your own for those features since we don't have time for that today. But I did want to quickly show you what it looks like to launch an application for students because teachers tend to love this, which I did as a teacher when I taught. So this is a brief video I just wanted to show. So on the left-hand side, we have a teacher account, and you'll see that the teacher went to the blue login tools button and clicked launch app, and they launched their syllabus for students. On the right-hand side, we have a student device. So you'll see that when the teacher launched the app, or in this instance, the PDF, it opened on the student's device. So we're going to do one more example so you can see that in action. So the teacher clicks the blue login tools button, then clicks launch an app. From there, they select the app that they want to launch. So in this instance, I'm doing a student of the week form. And on the student device, you'll see that it opened up in a new tab. It's a Google Forms for submitting a student of the week nomination. So this is available for anyone who has built a teacher page. And then of course, if you want to log the student out, you'll click the login tools button and then click log out student. And on the student screen, you'll see that it logs them out of Clever so that their account is secure and safe and no one else can play with it. So really love that feature. I wanted to make sure we got to that. We are running up towards the end. So I did want to briefly share that if you already use Clever, we're putting a link in chat right now. If you become a Clever certified champion, which means you've completed our training program, you can qualify for free Clever swag. You'll see some images of that. We have a tote bag, a sticker, water bottle, a pen, and a few other things. So the link is being shared in chat. The link that I shared is a test out quiz. It has like 4 questions. And if you complete that, you'll get credit for level 1 of Clever Academy. So you can fast track and skip level 1. And then to get the swag, you just need to complete levels 2, 3, and 4. So I wanted to make sure I made a plug for that because I know how much educators love swag. And the last thing I wanted to mention, your district needs to set up Clever for you to use it. So if your district or school or network has not set up Clever yet, and you're interested in using the tools that we saw today, please share the link that we're putting in chat with your school's IT team so they can sign up to learn more. And that is a wrap. I just wanted to thank you so much for joining. I love being able to partner with Kahoot, and we love making it easier for teachers to use Kahoot and Clever together.
Thank you so much, Blair. And I think all of our Kahooters and participants tuning in with us are just as thankful back to you. I know that this session was so meaningful and helpful for those tuning in. In fact, just scrolling through the chat as you were sharing, Patricia mentioned, well, she said, not mentioned, I'm so glad you're here. We just started using Clever at my school this year, and I'm still learning more about it. So we had people that were brand new to the Clever family, and also people that use Clever every single day. I just saw someone else say that they have just registered to use Clever and to learn more about Clever champions. So cool to see that we have the entire range and community of both Cleverites and now Kahoot crew members and Kahooters from around the world tuning in to help us learn and share together. So thank you so much, Blair. And Clever is just one of the many resources in our technology toolbox at this point. We are so well equipped here at Kahoot, and our Kahoot ambassador, Gina, is here to share some expertise on how you might kind of bridge that gap between having the tools in your own teacher toolbox and equipping and empowering students to have them in their tech repertoire as well. We are ready to continue learning and now also continue playing. Good to see you here, Gina, with our matching purple shirts.
Yay!
Always exciting.
Always. I had to go pick out which one matched best. I'm like, what do I want with the background today?
Well, perfect. Both the pink hair and the purple shirt complement the game mode colors quite well. So you add that pizzazz that we need halfway through our meetup today. We can already see.
The clever thing
so
looks
good to
very
have you here. Yes, so exciting, Gina, and a perfect time to feel kind of refreshed and re-energized because Gina is here to help us in our very next Coffee Kahoot. So the next chance to play and win today, we have the game pin coming up on the screen, 7435575. Whether you're playing along on a mobile device or at www.kahoot.it. We are ready to play. Take it away, Gina.
Yes, we are. Hi, welcome to my session for today's Kahoot. I am Gina Ruckhorn, and I'm an ambassador for Kahoot, and I'm going to talk to you about how to get your kids going on Kahoot, making their own, doing some student-centered learning, some student-driven information, and looking forward to sharing some tips and tricks. I teach 5th grade full-time at West Harrison Community School in Mondayman, Iowa. And when I was preparing for this session the other day, I said to my kids, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to load you into a Kahoot, and I want you to make your own. I'm not going to give you a lot of background because I'm looking to gain some information. My poor kids are so used to being guinea pigs for these things. And so I got a lot of really great tips and a lot of really great information that I learned from my kids this week that I can't wait to share with everybody this afternoon. Where I am this afternoon. Lots of people signing up. I'm so excited. 68 folks. That's pretty cool. Student-centered, student-driven. Let's make some Kahoots. So kids love to make some Kahoots. And here is a teacher's guide to successfully prepare your kids for some of the things that perhaps you hadn't thought about until you put the platform in front of a child. So my kids are 5th graders. They're 9, 10 years old, and they've been in school for a few weeks now. So when I cut them loose in front of the Kahoot screen and said, okay, I want you to make accounts, we're going to log in, and I want you to make a Kahoot about anything that we have learned in the last week. And so I learned a lot of really great tips from my kids, and I'm going to share those with you now. One of the first things I learned is my kids need more practice typing. I had a lot of hunting and pecking. So my advice would be, if you're going to start having your kids do some student-driven, student-built Kahoots themselves, they need to have a knowledge of that keyboard so they have some idea of what they're doing and an understanding of the symbols. My kids weren't sure what that little slanted I meant, so we had to have a discussion about the italics and talk about how it is to get them logged in and what to do when they are logged in so they understand where to go and how to save their work. They're used to working on a computer where their work is already saved. And so this was a big issue for us to make sure that they could hit save up in the corner and they weren't losing any content that they had already gotten typed into their student-driven Kahoot. They need to have some familiarity with those Kahoot features, and there's no better way to do that than a lot of Kahoots. So they need to understand where they're going to add their pictures, timing answers. They were having some really big questions about how long do we give people for an answer. So we talked about that. Point values, they were wanting to give double points for everything. They're very generous on this day when we're building Kahoots. And themes. I had a lot of kids wanting to do some really strange things with the themes. So we had to talk about how your Kahoot should probably have a little consistency to it. So that was a very important fact. And today we had a discussion right before I got here, actually, about how to come up with a good name for their Kahoot. And I had not thought about this because I like to think that I come up with really clever names for mine. But my kids were coming up with some really interesting names. And I said, what is it that your Kahoot is really about? Because if you want people to play your Kahoot and you want folks to be interested in selecting it, then you really need to put kind of a descriptive name in there. And that's not something I had thought about with my kids until I saw some of the selections they had chosen. So it's important to get a descriptive name in there that tells them what it is that your Kahoot is all about. This one was a very interesting, because I didn't give my kids any background really at all. They'd played a bunch of Kahoots with me, but I don't know that they'd ever thought about how to build a question. So I think it's important for them to be able to really come up with some meaningful questions that make sense. There were a lot of questions that could have been very, very two-sided for answers. So we talked a lot about how to write a good question and how to write an open-ended question. We weren't looking for a lot of closed questions, not a lot of yes and no things. We did a big discussion about reasonable answers. I always tell my kids you can have 3 answers that are legitimate answers that could possibly be selected, and 1 that's goofy and off the wall. You want them to have fun with it. Kahoot is such a fun platform anyway, that 1 answer that's very strange or bizarre. My kids like to type grilled cheese in there as an answer selection for some reason. And we discussed how important it was to vary the questions and the arrangement of your answers. You don't want your kids to always pick that red answer. It becomes pretty easy to know which one it is then. And then it's tough to know whether you've got the skill figured out or whether you just have the pattern. Oh, problem solving strategies. We're really early in the year where I am. And so this was something I kind of expected, but they really do need to have some strategies for problem solving. A little bit of resilience built up would be a good thing, because there's a lot of these techniques that they have not had a lot of experience with. And so you really want them to have an open mind and have a little bit of a risk-taking ability so they can try some different options without thinking that the world is ending if they manage to do something that didn't quite turn out the way they wanted it to. It's important for my kids right now to be asking for help if necessary. I have a handful of children who consider themselves to be self-appointed experts. So we had a big talk about, listen, if you get stuck, it's important that you ask me before you get so stuck that I have to get some big piece of equipment to drag you out of whatever you've gotten yourselves into. It was important for my kids too to be able to offer to assist others in a very graceful and kind manner. We're working a lot on our classroom culture right now. So it was important for them to be able to offer assistance to others without being overbearing, and to gracefully accept that help without having any lingering after effects from the help that was offered to you. Always important to know how to gracefully accept some help. Creative flair. My kids were all excited about the themes. There were kids doing snow themes, which sounds really early for me. It was 102 degrees where I live yesterday. So snow sounds like a really long way off. So my kids were really interested in the different themes that Kahoot had to offer for building their student-driven Kahoots. A cohesive narrative. I had a couple kids that perhaps didn't quite get the idea that your Kahoot needs to be the same content area through the entire thing. So it was important, and I hadn't thought about that. I guess I had assumed falsely that they would think about keeping the content consistent through the whole thing. So this was an unusual discussion to have, but a very meaningful one. So cohesive narrative all the way through. If you start with math, even if you put word problems in, you're still doing math all the way through this Kahoot. And maybe some fun into their learning. A little infusion of fun never hurt anybody, because learning should always be fun. So my kids were picking some really interesting pictures and some very cute stickers. And Kahoot's got such a fabulous library of images to choose from. So they were really kind of getting into which ones they should pick. Editing, proofreading, and previewing. If your students are like mine, editing, one of their least favorite things in the world to do. So we talked a lot about how important it is to pay attention to your details. All the way through, if you're asking questions, you should, if you're creating this and you're wishing to be proud of it, and it's yours and it's being driven by you and you're showing your learning, it is important to have those details covered and to look like you're proud of your final result. We had a discussion about how important it is to accept some changes that other people have perhaps offered to you with very good intentions in order to help your product look a little smoother and a little more polished when you're finished. And we had a long talk about how important it is to be proud of something that you've made, proud of your final outcome. This was a very new skill set for many of my kids. And so that pride that comes from designing something and creating something yourself that you're going to share with the world is a very important component to building the self-esteem of your students. Those SEL goals are so important. And now we get to play. All right, folks, here we go. Good problem-solving skills help students create Kahoots, true or false? I hope we're giving away swag for this because, you know, swag is always a lovely thing. Flipping the coin, yes, no, and haha, of course. You have to have good problem-solving skills. It's important for those kids to not get to a point where they don't know what to do next. It's important for my kids in my room, and I'm sure everybody's, to know that there's another step behind this that you need to continue to progress through, even if you may hit an area of difficulty. Good job, everybody. And Rosie is in front. It's a multi-select. I'm a huge fan of multi-select answers. Typing questions and answers is easier for students if they know these things. So what do you think, folks? That question, the green one is the one that I actually discovered last night, that symbol in the toolbar. There's a bunch of stuff hidden back behind there. And one of my kids came scooting up and he's like, have you seen this? And I said, no, show me about this. And so they did a lot of teaching to me as well, which I always think is incredibly cool. I'm not too old to learn new tricks. And everybody's got that one too. Very good, you guys. Rosie's still, oh, woo, Rosie, where have you gone? All right, Gabby has the lead now. Another multi-select. I like those because then kids don't just answer one thing and they're out. When can a student created Kahoot be part of a lesson? Well, there are more than one option for an answer here. You could maybe share some previous learning, tap a little background information, check for some understanding after your lesson. We're always big on what did you get out of that, little reflection. Focus on some skill sets during the lesson and reviewing before an assessment. I think that's what we're actually going to do with ours. We're going to do a little review before our assessment, but all of those are fabulous places to throw those versatile Kahoots right into your lessons. And there's May. Well, hello, May. Congratulations. You are in the lead now. Oh, it's a puzzle question. I love puzzle questions. The most effective way to prepare students for creating Kahoots is, put them in order, folks. What do you think? Puzzle questions, the greatest things to have your kids build sentences, build spelling words, put those items in order. fabulous way to practice skills. So, what do we think? This is actually advice for everyone, to be perfectly honest with you. Even if you're not preparing students for creation, you should always do what this sentence says. And so, frequently playing lots and lots of Kahoots. Perhaps that's what that says. I like to watch my kids move those items around on the bottom of the screen just to see if they're paying attention. Yeah, playing lots and lots of Kahoots frequently is a fabulous way to prepare your kids for creating Kahoots. When I cut my kids loose a couple days ago to start this activity, they had played enough Kahoots to where they felt like they understood exactly what they were supposed to do. Now, there were a lot of things they still had left to learn, but they were pretty comfortable with what they were doing. And Gabby's back again. Good job, Gabby. And I have 36 of you that reached an answer streak of 4. Go you. Here we go. 12 or 13, a multi-select. Having students create Kahoots is fun for the students. Well, let students show what they know. That student-driven learning piece is so important. Having those kids show you what they know, always a fascinating way to get feedback. Skill development and encouragement of those student-driven activities. You guys rock. You were doing really, really well. And here was a direct quote from one of my kids. Sharing our Kahoots with each other is the best. This was the most awesome thing they had done so far, they told me. So thank you, Kahoot, for creating the most awesome things my kids have done so far. So that is just a little snippet of things that my kids came up with that I had not thought about when they began to create. Hey, congratulations, Gabby. And dancing podium. And so I actually had my kids give me a list of things that they thought were easiest when they were making their Kahoot and things that they struggled a bit with. So I thought I would maybe share some of those out real quick.
Yeah, please.
So here's what my kids said was the challenging pieces. Making it look good. My kids were very big into what will other people think of my Kahoot. So they had to make it look spiffy. There were, remembering to add the points. Like, like, I forgot to go back and add those points. They were having to figure out how to add more than one slide. They're like, there's so many choices to add. I said, well, that is what makes it the most fun. And to remember what to time things at. I had kids writing really long math problems the other day, and they were giving people like 20 seconds. And I said, listen, you know how frustrated you guys get. You got to cut people a little slack. Give them some time to get their marker boards out, figure out those math questions. And here is their list of coolest and easiest things to do. Naming their Kahoot. I'm sure they did think that was really cool, because then I came back in and said, how does that name make sense? You can't call your Kahoot lemon dessert if you're doing multiplication facts. There has to be some
Unless
cohesion.
I guess you're having a math Kahoot that includes a recipe or fractions. You know, kids can get creative. We need to give them the benefit of the doubt.
That is true. They had a big blast with selecting the images. The image bank on Kahoot has grown so much since I started using it millions of years ago. There's some really cool images in there now. And they were really excited about adding themes and adding backgrounds, being able to adjust the size of their pictures. they had a blast with the whole thing. They're trying to figure out how often they can create Kahoots
There we go.
to show what they know and show what they've learned and practice things with their friends that they've created themselves. And how much better can that get? If you've got kids excited and chomping at the bit to be able to make things to learn with, as a teacher, you can't get a better thing, better
Mission
plan.
accomplished in that sense.
You know it. Complete mission accomplished.
So true. Gina, I'm looking at the chat and someone just said, this is a game changer experience. I have the teacher nerd feels. So wanted to make sure that you saw that as a way to really commend your coffee Kahoot today. So thank you so much, Gina, for leading us in this learning. And thank you to your kids for guinea pigging for you.
They love every second. They're like, oh, again. I'm like, oh, stop. You know you love it. And they're like, we do. This is really cool. We like to be able to do things and try and figure things out. So they were all about it.
Well,
So we
thank
were
you to
very
them
excited to get to play.
from the whole Kahoot community. We appreciate you and we appreciate them. But thank you for being here, Gina. And thanks for sharing your expertise.
Always a pleasure. Keep Kahooting, kids.
Fabulous. As Gina was sharing, really excited to see all the amazing Kahoot selfies that you have shared and shown us all through social media. Love to see what learning looks like for you, whether you're tuning in your classroom, at school, or maybe hopefully safely, but on a drive home. We'd love to see all the different ways that you're joining us today across the world. So thank you for tuning in and continuing this learning experience. We know that teachers and students can really level up what student-centered learning can look like with the many advanced tools and upgraded features that are now exclusively available on the Premium Plus account for Kahoot. And as we've mentioned before, so important to remember, it's completely part of our back to school offer for 25% off and definitely part of a limited time too. I know someone mentioned earlier how much we love teacher discounts, so definitely a cool opportunity to take advantage of that 25% off. But nevertheless, we'll continue sharing and showing all the different ways that you can make the most of this 25% off offer and so many of the new features available on Kahoot in our next session as well. Kahooting does not stop within classroom walls, and Aspen Davis of Houston ISD is here to share how she has really helped create a true ripple effect of Kahoot throughout different campuses, different classrooms, and even different buildings. Welcome, Aspen. So wonderful to have you here. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, everybody. Hey.
And like your outfit, we've had lots of twinning moments here on Aspen, give me just a second. I need to take an upgraded and updated selfie. I've missed the opportunity so far with capturing moments of twinning experiences. So let me grab you in this picture so I can share it on socials. Smile big. Awesome. Love the post. And I'm going to share that on Twitter as you continue into the session. I'll let you take it away. Thank you, Aspen. Wonderful to have you here.
Hey, everyone. Hi. I don't know where everyone's coming from, but I'm coming to you guys from Houston, Texas. Shout out to all of the educators that were at work today and hopped on just to get this extra learning. It is so worth it. Kahoot is so amazing. And I'm going to just give you guys a brief look into how I use it as an administrator. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you guys. All right. So, what's the buzz about Kahoot? What's so cool about Kahoot? Why are teachers using Kahoot? Why are administrators using Kahoot? We're going to get into it in just a second. But before we get into that, I want to give you guys some insight into who I am, what I do. My name is Aspen Davis. I currently serve as an academic instructional technologist for the Houston Independent School District, and I love my job. Shout out to everyone that loves their job. It's a far and few in between. Education does get, time consuming and a little stressful, but I love what I do as an AIT. And with that, I'm currently a Radiant Rucker Road Runner. I am at Rucker Elementary School in Houston ISD. I'm from Houston, Texas. Shout out to everybody that's repping Houston, Texas. Go Astros. I have been in 7 different positions, 7 years, 3 different positions as an educator. My first year teaching, I was a third grade ELA teacher. I taught for 4 years. I moved up into interventionist position with another district, and now I am an AIT for HISD, and it has been my favorite job, only because I get to introduce cool technology uses in the classroom, like Kahoot. And Kahoot is probably one of my favorites, only because I started using it as an educator, and then moving up into my rankings as a part of the administrative team, I still continue to use it. And you guys can follow me at Go Miss Davis on Kahoot. I have many different Kahoots from when I was in the classroom, Kahoots from PD that I've shown my teachers. Feel free to use everything that I have. We share, we support. So go ahead and follow me on Kahoot so you guys can see some of the wonderful things that I've done personally. As far as a little bit of background about myself, I started teaching with Title I students in mind. My mom was raised in a low socioeconomic setting in the 5th Ward area of Houston, Texas, and school was her happy place. And that's what really got me into education to begin with, wanting to be a part of what a lot of kids consider their happy place. Now I push for growth and development as a coach in order to build technologically inclusive educators. Something that I've noticed in my work as an AIT, a lot of teachers are with it. They're ready for the technology. They're ready to implement it in class. They're ready to go. But some teachers are like deathly afraid. Like, what is this supposed to look like? How am I supposed to use it? I can't turn my computer on and off. So it's my job to go in and make sure that everyone is comfortable with using technology in the classroom. And honestly, it's the way. We've moved from a lot of pencil and paper work to computer and iPad and smartboard and clever touch and all of these different things. And just being able to push Kahoot into what I push out to my teachers has been like extremely helpful. I want to be a part of what makes academics fun for my daughter and scholars like her who have a love for learning and a knack for technology. I have a 4-year-old daughter. She is in pre-K this year. She's in pre-K dual language at Rucker Elementary School. So I push even more for the technology piece. She does things at home. She does things at school. But in the midst of me being mom, educator, administrator, Kahoot has been like the forefront of a lot of what I do. Just a little piggyback on my pictures. This is my mom when she started kindergarten in 1978. How cute, right? And then the second picture is me prepping for a PD presentation, of course, using Kahoot, because I think it's so awesome. That's the easiest way for me to show my personality and use autonomy as an administrator when I'm working with my other teachers. And then, of course, my last picture is my radiant Rucker Road Runner. As I said, she's in pre-K. So she is at one of the campuses that I house as an AIT. But basically just a synopsis of, who I am, what I do, what is Kahoot, right? So we've seen a couple of slides. Some of us may have knowledge on what Kahoot is, some of us may not. But it's a game-based learning platform for schools, organizations, and families that makes it easy to create, share, and play learning games. So some of us have knowledge of how it works. Some of us have never used it before. Tap in. If you've never used it before, tap in. It is great. It is amazing. It's so much fun. And not only do I use it in class, but I use it at home as well. And I'm going to show y'all the different ways that I use it. Kahoot values, of course, is playful, curious, and inclusive. I don't know how many of you have been able to use Kahoot in your classrooms, but the reactions that these kids have playing Kahoot is amazing. Like, it becomes this big, like almost like a football arena, and we're screaming and we're yelling. The kids are screaming and yelling. We're jumping up. We're having so much fun. But in the same breath, there's a lot of review, learning process, content, curriculum that can occur within the same setting. School is supposed to be fun. School is supposed to be somewhere where not only are you learning, but it's inclusive. It gets everyone in the classroom involved, even for those students that you may have in your classroom that are not so adamant about raising their hands or participating. It gives them like a one-to-one setting where they can be included in the learning as well as everyone else in the classroom as well. So I love that about it. It's super inclusive. The mission of Kahoot is to make learning awesome. The vision is to build the leading learning platform in the world. And I believe Kahoot is doing it. It's doing it. Period, point blank. I believe they're doing it. So many of my colleagues, even from me being in the classroom, so many of my colleagues have used it, found it as a ultimate resource when we're going over review, just because we want to keep our students engaged We want to keep our students learning, but at the same time, still having fun and doing what they do. And for me, like speaking from personal experience, I get in the game with the kids. It becomes me versus them or them versus each other. Like I said, we're screaming, we're shouting, we're standing up, we're having fun. And that's what I love about it. Because not only are the kids enjoying what they're doing, but me as the teacher or even me as the admin presenting in front of other teachers, it gets everybody involved and it's a competitive setting. So it becomes like this big, awesome, like phenomenon. Like, what's going on in that classroom? Are they having a party? No, we're learning, but we're learning through Kahoot, and it makes it just, it's just amazing. So how I started using it, crazy enough. I taught at Hilliard Elementary School as an ELA teacher. I was not self-contained, but the opposite. I can't think of it right now. But I taught ELA and social studies. In 2015, and it was my first year teaching. I taught Title I students, and I had way more boys in my classroom than I did girls, way more boys. And what I learned was that I have to find a way to bridge the gap, to give them something that they like doing. And a lot of my boys, you know, we tapped into, okay, you guys like sports, you guys like, you know, trucks, like what do you guys like? But this was the one unanimous thing, like across the classroom, where I could have my boys included in the work, my girls were included in the work. It got so hectic to where they would work together, and I found it to be extremely resourceful. Of course, test prep in a fun way. I taught third grade, so it was a heavy demand for prepping for STAR and state mandated tests and things like that. And Kahoot was probably one of the ways to just bring them out of the setting of the stress. A lot of kids are not good test takers, but it's the same concept through Kahoot, just in a different way. Understanding that technology is a bridge for many learning gaps. A lot of our kids know how to use technology, even if they struggle with the reading and writing aspect of whatever the curriculum may be. Technology is their niche. They know iPads, they know cell phones, they know computers. So why not take what they know and bridge it into academics that's happening in the classroom? So that's what I did. Also, it gave me autonomy in my classroom with the delivery. I could put my Kahoots together however I felt they needed to be put together. I could rearrange my questions, how they needed to be arranged to fit the needs of what was going on in my classroom at the time. So the autonomy piece was excellent. And as a teacher, a lot of the times we're kind of inside of a cookie cutter time frame or a cookie cutter outline. Whereas with Kahoot, you create your Kahoots, you know what's beneficial for you, your students in your classroom. So you design it the way that your students are going to grasp what it is that you needed. But having those boys in my classroom, I had to figure out a way to make it fun for them, make it fun for everyone in the classroom all at once, where we're all having a great time, and they loved it. They loved it. They learned so much. It was crazy. Like seeing how focused and how competitive they can get with each other within a learning environment is what fueled me to continue to use Kahoot. What we learn with pleasure, we never forget. Even as adults, I can speak to this quote. What I learned with pleasure, I never forget. Anything that has been fun always sticks. And Kahoot is something that I have taken throughout my years as an educator and use it in multiple settings, because they never forget what they're learning and how they're learning when it's something that they want to do. Like anytime it was a pop quiz, instead of doing a pop quiz on paper, I would do Kahoot pop quiz, and everybody is ready. Everybody is geeked. Everybody's pulling out iPads. They're ready. They got the laptops. Whereas, you know, the traditional classroom, pencil and paper is like, it's cool, but it doesn't give them that extra piece, that technology piece that they're needing. And right now, today, as an AIT, I think I can speak for a lot of campuses across, you know, especially Texas. The technology hit is heavy. And we want our kids comfortable. We want our kids to have fun. We want our kids to be knowledgeable about how to use the technology. And this is like the perfect way to do it. Different ways that I've used Kahoot. How do you Kahoot? So for me, as a teacher, this picture was taken in one of my teachers, Miss Torres's third grade class. Shout out to Miss Torres. She's one of my teachers on my Rucker Elementary campus. And this was the first time that the students were actually introduced to Kahoot, and they loved it. Observing her classroom and sitting and seeing how interactive it got. I'm on a one-to-one campus. So every kid has a piece of technology. As soon as she whipped out Kahoot, the kids knew it better than she did, and they had so much fun. Here as an administrator, as the campus tech, I used Kahoot as a part of my pre-service presentation just for the staff to get to know me. So there are different formats that Kahoot has. And one of the formats was basically like an introduction of who you are, like as a teacher, like a first week type of thing. So coming in as the AIT on 2 campuses, I did a Kahoot presentation, and it was really fun. It was just a way for them to get me. I think I did like 3 truths and a lie, and they had to try to figure out which one was the lie. And of course, none of these teachers on campus knew who I was. So it was kind of fun for them to try to like look at me and myself and my person and my personality and try to figure out like which things about me might be true and which things might be false. But it was a way for me to build that relationship with my teachers on campus. We're going to be working closely, and I wanted them to feel comfortable, be able to come to me and know who I am, know who they're working with on their campus. So when I did my pre-service, I used Kahoot. My ancillary team on campus, from music all the way to physical education. So I have music, I have PE, I have dance, I have choir. All of my teachers have technology in the classroom. As the AIT, I made sure that I provided everybody with technology. And this picture was a picture that was taken in my physical education classroom when I did an observation. She found a way to use Kahoot to talk about nutrition. And her kids, even though they were in PE, she still had them engaged in the learning through technology, and Kahoot was one of the ways that she used it. But my favorite way to use Kahoot is at home with my daughter. I actually use it going as far as like family events and game nights. I can remember the very first time that I used Kahoot with my family. I used somebody else's pre-made Kahoot, and it was like a logos Kahoot. And me, my mom, my grandma, my sisters, everybody were sitting around. I think it was around Thanksgiving time. And we're playing Kahoot on the cell phones. And I had a projector and everything. And we were like battling and going against each other. And it was so much fun. But like being able to bring something that I was using inside of my classroom home and use it with my family, even as like a spur of the moment, like, hey, we're about to have game night, let's do Kahoot. It was great. It was so much fun. I won, of course, because nobody beats me. That's first. But it was really cool to be able to do it at home with my family and find different ways that we as a family can sit and be interactive and play games and just talk and fellowship with each other. It was really cool. So Kahoot does not necessarily stop inside of the classroom. The teachers that are teaching math or reading use Kahoot. My ancillary teachers use Kahoot. The administrators use Kahoot. I use it as a mom. My daughter is in the dual language program, and I wanted to figure out a way to tie into at home learning. Like, how can I continue to build up her Spanish knowledge? How can I continue to have her practice? I created a Kahoot, and sure enough, she sits and she's like in it. Like, she has to win. She has to beat her score. Sometimes we go against each other in Kahoot and she has to beat me, but it's really cool to be able to use it in multiple ways. So don't think that it just stops in the classroom. You can use it wherever. Some of the other ways, just other techniques, other things that I've been able to see as far as uses for Kahoot. So for students, surveys. Kahoot has polls where your students, let's say they're doing a project in class and maybe they want to know how many students prefer apples over oranges or pizza over ice cream, or maybe the class is doing a class project where they want to see if we have a party, what party is it going to be? The students can go and actually create surveys inside of Kahoot where everybody is going and entering what they like and what they don't like, and the teacher can take that information and create things that are geared towards celebrations for the class. Of course, studying and test prep, students are able to go in and create their own like quiz cards where they're testing themselves and answering the questions. And then they can even go as far as, going against their own records in Kahoot when they're quizzing or when they're studying, just to see, I was able to do it in this much time. I can go back and try to beat my score and see if I can do it in a quicker time. And they're going over the same curriculum, the same academia that they're studying in class at home. And social emotional learning. I don't know how far anyone has been able to tap into Kahoot, but there are different vendors inside of Kahoot like Disney and Marvel that teach kids not only the academics, but social emotional learning. I know for my daughter at home, we did a Disney Kahoot over Turning Red. That's one of the newer Disney movies, where it's the red panda and she's going through all of these different changes. She's watched the movie. She knows the movie back and forth. We can't watch it together because if we do, she's going to say the words and I don't have time. But it taught her about social emotional learning within the characters that she saw in the movie. So she's going through the Kahoot and is talking about, you know, how friends work together and how they support each other and how sometimes, you know, growing up, you go through different changes and how to deal with those different changes all through that Kahoot in Disney. So if you ever tap in and you just want to, you know, let me see what these vendors have. They have some really good stuff in there. As far as educators, of course, formative and summative assessments, when you want to check for understanding and see if your kids know or if they caught on to whatever you were teaching that week. Do a Kahoot at the end of the week, or even at the end of the day, just to do a quick CFU, just to see, okay, how many of my kids grasped the concept? How many didn't? What was the misconception? And how can I go back and reteach those things? Of course, homework. A lot of kids have technology at home. So even something as simple as sending home homework so that it's student paced and they're able to do it in their own timing at home. That's another great idea. And of course, small group work. So when you're sitting at your round table with your 4 or 5 students, do a small Kahoot just to see, you know, what they may or may not have learned, where to start with the deficiencies that they may have as far as the curriculum is concerned and how to move forward. As an administrator, of course, professional development, PD, the easiest one, because the teachers, for me, my teachers want to know how to use it. So doing a professional development using Kahoot and showing them how I use it, how they can adapt using what I use in their classrooms is always like my first and foremost as an AIT on campus. Teacher polls. A lot of times at the beginning of the year, staff wants to know, like, what do the teachers like and what are some of your favorite things and things of that nature. And then when is it? Teacher Appreciation Week. That's probably the best time to do like a teacher poll because you get to send out, I like this, and you'd be surprised how many cool things and goodies and stuff you get when they know. But the best, like the quickest way to do it, a teacher poll. And then of course, campus culture, just to figure out how the teachers are feeling on campus. If you want to do like an anonymous type of thing, you can do those types of things through Kahoot as well. Parents. That's my favorite because I'm a mom. I'm a mom before everything. But of course, at home practice, like I mentioned earlier, I practice my daughter's Spanish at home through Kahoot, social emotional learning, which I kind of tapped on already. Problem solving. Kahoot also has a new feature where it's the gaming mode, where these kids can go through and play these games and learn these different lessons, and it increases as they go and they get to see all of these cool things at home, even outside of the scope of what they're doing in the classroom. And there's just a background picture of my administrative staff. They're awesome. But on Tech Tuesdays, we wear tech. So they all have on some type of Kahoot gear, as you can see, from my AP to my principal all the way down to my teacher specialist. We go in on Tech Tuesdays, and Kahoot is a big push on my campus. So everybody dresses in their Kahoot swag. So that's another just a cool picture of just how it's working on my campus at Rucker Elementary School. Tweeting. Oh my gosh. My teachers at my school are really heavy on tweeting. My principal tweets, the teachers tweet, I retweet, everybody tweets, just because we want people to know how we're using technology on our campus, how it's affecting the campus culture. My first tweet is from Miss Torres, and feel free to follow all of these people because you'll get to see different ways that they're using Kahoot in the classroom. But this was her students learning through Kahoot. As she mentioned, it got really competitive, and she retweeted me on her tweet. And then the second tweet, that's me. I don't know if y'all can see me, but I'm the cool one with the green blazer on. That's me. But that was my pre-service presentation that I did with my campus UDT, and I did it in front of the teachers. Again, just having them engaged, having them knowledgeable, just so that they can see what it looks like. And then the last one is a PE Kahoot. Of course, she uses it heavily. Like Kahoot is a thing in PE. So even when they're moving around and bouncing around and getting out that energy in PE, she's still having them integrated with technology. So they're using Kahoot often, all the time, and the kids love it. So no matter where they're going in whatever setting, they go from the classroom to the ancillary to after school activities. We're always incorporating different ways to use technology, and Kahoot has been like the biggest push on my campus. With that, I want to show you guys what it looks like from the scope of the teacher and the students. So we're going to go through a brief Kahoot, and feel free to answer questions in the chat. You guys participate. I want y'all to Kahoot along with me, but I want you to see what it looks like for those who have never done it before. They don't know what it looks like on their end. I'm going to show you. So this is the scope from the teacher view. The teacher is able to put it in classic mode where it's 1-to-1, where each student is on their own device answering their questions in their own time, or you can put it in team mode where you have a group of students. Maybe you have like 4 or 5 iPads in the classroom. You can still make it work, put them in groups, have each group create a team, put all those kids on teams so that they're working together. So you can either do it on a 1-to-1 basis, which is classic mode, or you can do it in a team mode where all of the students are in groups and they're working together in their groups. Here is what it would look like from the viewpoint of the device. So either the iPads, some teachers have cell phones, some teachers use their laptops, but I'm going to do classic mode just for this, just so I can show you guys what it looks like in classic mode. And of course, it asks if everybody is ready to join, then the game pin pops up. So on my end, as the Kahooter, I will put in the game pin 330 5562, and I'd enter the game pin. So now I'm going to get into the Kahoot, and I'm going to put, oh, somebody's joining. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. I'm going to put Go Miss Davis. That's my nickname. Go Miss Davis. You guys are more than welcome to join. Yes, get in here. Get in here. Let's do it. Get in here. But I put it as this type of screen just because I want you guys to be able to see it from the view of the gamer and the game itself. Give everybody just a minute to get in because I know y'all are dying to be a part of my Kahoot. All right, a little more time, and then I'm gonna go ahead and get started. I got 22. Oh, 23. Let's rock with 24. I'm gonna wait for y'all. Y'all are with it. I'm gonna wait for everybody to get on in here and play with me. I'm excited. Yes, get in. Let's do it. And then, of course, for those that aren't aware, even if you can't get in at this time, you have students that may straggle in late or, still haven't finished breakfast or things of that nature. The game pin will stay up throughout the entire Kahoot presentation. So even if they are coming in a little later than others, they still have access to that game pin so that they can get into the game. Let's go ahead and get started. And this is what it will look like on their end. So the example that I'm going to show you guys is ELA based because I am an ELA person. I told you guys I came in the game ELA, so ELA is my big thing. Identify the antagonist in this short film. Let's watch the film and see. Can we hear? Antagonist, bad guy. Protagonist, the good guy. So in this film, I don't know if you guys can hear it. I hope y'all can. But in the film, you see the birds on the line, and there's a big bird that's trying to join the line, and the little birds they kind of make fun of him. They don't want him on the line. So this integration, you can put a YouTube video, a short video. You can pick where it starts and where it stops, and they would have to figure out who's the antagonist. Of course, the antagonist in this situation would be the small birds. Oh no! So then here we are. We would get an opportunity to reteach or talk about a misconception. Some of my students, quote unquote, picked the big bird. The big bird wouldn't be the antagonist in this situation only because he's not causing the conflict. The little birds would be the antagonist. So the small birds was the correct answer. So shout out to everyone that picked the blue one. Boom, boom, boom. And as you guys can see, like mentioned before, it populates. So your timing and The correct answer is how you get at the top of the scoreboard. When those kids see their names at the top of the scoreboard, it causes a ruckus amongst the entire classroom because everyone wants to be at the top. Everybody. And then on this end where I'm the student, I can see how many points I got, what place I'm in, and how many points I am behind, the next person. But I know I got it correct on my end. Protagonist versus antagonist. The protagonist is the good guy or the victim. The antagonist is the bad guy in the story or the villain. So here we are again going with another piece of Kahoot where you can go over what the misconception might have been. Maybe students don't know the difference between a protagonist and an antagonist. After that question, you can go over into another slide where you sit and you discuss, okay, this is what it is, this is what it isn't. And now the kids know for the next time that they play the Kahoot. The small birds mocked the larger bird because of the way he looked. What does it mean to mock according to the video? And here we are again with another YouTube video. I went in, found a Pixar short film, and I started it at a specific time, stopped it at a specific time, so the students would see the example of exactly what I wanted them to refer back to. What does it mean to mock according to the video? Let me see, how do I want to answer? To persuade, to tease, to welcome. What do we think? So now on my end, I'm going to say, what does it mean to mock according to the video? It's not persuade. It doesn't seem like welcome. So to laugh or to tease. I'm going to go with to tease. Boom, 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 boom. So majority of us got it right. To tease. The misconception would have been to laugh. But we have to understand what the word mock means according to the video. So context clues, ELA, trying to figure out what the context around the word makes the word mean. So again, go over the misconceptions. We see that 10 people might have gotten the answer wrong, 10, 13, 14 people. So then we would talk about it, but majority of us got the correct answer. It's a little tricky. And then again, we see how the scoreboard moves. I'm not even on my own scoreboard. I'm a little jealous. Y'all are beating me at my own game. I don't know how I feel. I win. So I don't know how I'm feeling about this, but we're going to keep going. The author's purpose for writing The Giving Tree was to inform the audience about an event, true or false. To inform the audience about an event, true or false. I'm going to beat y'all, so I'm going to put my answer. Let's see what we get. I'm trying to get on the scoreboard. I'm competitive. It's getting serious. And then, of course, the timer on the side lets the students know how much time they have. So if this were to be displayed in the classroom, they would see these two answer choices and they would see how much time they have. You as a teacher in the classroom would see how many of your students answered. So if you have a class of 44 and you have 44 answers, you can go ahead and skip. We don't have to use the entire time. But when you see other students joining in, you just let the timer do its thing. And on my end as a student, I'm seeing, okay, people are still populating. We still have a little more time left. And it's letting me know that everything is loading. Boom. It's not to inform the audience about an event. It's to entertain the audience. There was no informational text inside of that specific book. I don't know how many of us have read it, but I just use that as an example. So this will be a teachable moment. Only 18 of my students got the correct answer. 29 of my students did not. So either reteaching that concept or going over what the misconception might have been. And again, we hit the scoreboard. Miss W is the highest climber. So I shout them out. When these things pop up at the bottom, they let you know who's the highest climber, who has a on fire answer streak, all types of things. Shout those students out. Because even though they may not hit the scoreboard, you still want to recognize them for what they are doing at their own pace, which brings the inclusive piece into play. Entertain. So here we are again, going back to review. You can add these slides into your Kahoot just so that you can go over what the misconception might have been. Persuade, the author convinces the reader. Inform, the author provides factual information. Entertain, the author writes happy. sad, or even spooky text. The primary purpose is to draw the reader in. This particular book, The Giving Tree, which is one of my favorite books, entertain. Boom. This is a type answer. This is one of the answers that's going to be on the standardized test. So it's been a really big push for the kids to be able to use the computers to type their own answers in. What is the setting for the 3 little pigs? And as you can see, my photo is slowly revealing what might be the potential setting, just to give my kids a 1-up. Maybe they may not remember. Maybe they can't figure it out. Maybe they can't map it out. The picture reveals what might be the setting. So let me type my answer. Outside. I'm gonna go with outside. Outside. And now I see, again, the answers are populating on this side of my screen as the teacher, but as the student, it's still loading because everyone still needs their time to answer their questions. Let's see what we get. Type your answer. This is really, really good to implement because, again, it is going to be a part of a lot of standardized testing, and we want kids to be comfortable answering. Outside, houses, homes, boom, 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 boom. Outside, houses, homes, those were the top answers. So 5 of us got that one right. And the typing your answer can be tricky, but on the other end, as the teacher, you're allowed to put in as many correct or accepting answer choices as you like. So I could have went in and put the forest. I could have went in and put the brick house. I could have went in and put the houses. I could have went in and put whatever I wanted to accept as an answer. So you have to be really cautious about how many items you limit it to, because I only put 3: outside, houses, and homes. But I could have put the forest. I could have put the brick house. I could have put, whatever I wanted or expected my students to answer, to give them a wider variety of answer choices. And again, I'm on fire. I'm on fire. Watch out, y'all. Watch out. The slider answer. This is a new one that I've never used before. I just got introduced to it, so I'm really excited about it. On a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome was this Kahoot? On a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome was, look at the answers coming in. On a scale of 1 to 10. And as the student, this is what I see. So now I'm slide my slider over to 10, submit, that's my answer. And then we wait on everybody else's answers to populate. This is a good one for math. I know you guys use number lines in math. When you want your students to work on a number line, the slider answer is really cool. So we got a range, and that's okay. But majority of us picked 10, which was the correct answer. And then we get to the very end of the Kahoot, which shows us the podium. Miss Z was in 3rd place. Shout out to Miss Z. I got 2nd place. It's all good. Who beat me? Dean, wherever you are, I'm coming for you from Houston, Texas. Okay, I'm letting you know now. And then, of course, we have the runners up at the bottom. And it's really cute. I implemented my Bitmoji. So my little teacher, Miss Davis, shows up at the bottom. It's customized to me as the educator, and it's awesome. And then it goes even further to show me, okay, what percentage of my students got it correct. I can get feedback where I see on a 1-to-1 basis what students I may need to pull into small groups and things of that nature. And it also lets me know what was my most difficult question, which was number 6, the type in question where students had to actually type in the answer, and that was the most difficult. So maybe as the educator, I sit back and reflect on, okay, how can I make this question a little bit more sensible for my students? How can I get them to get the right answer? What was the misconception? What was difficult? What do I need to fix the next time that I show my students, this particular Kahoot? And then that is all I have to show you guys today. And with that, I just go back in to reiterate how it can be used inside the classroom. It can be used inside of administration. It can be used at home with your family, with your kids, it's just so many different ways that the platform can be used. And I happen to tap into every single way possible just because I think it's so awesome. And I hope my presentation helps give insight to anybody that's watching. Teachers, feel free to follow me. If y'all have questions, direct message me on Kahoot. I answer. I'm available for anything outside that you guys may want to know.
Amazing. Thank you, Aspen. And really cool. I just need to highlight and reiterate one last point that you just said, because it is so special to hear you mention how when students are struggling and maybe they get that difficult answer for a type answer question, it is so not on the student to figure out like where they went wrong or where the misconception, or as you mentioned, just like a general discrepancy could be. It is so on the teacher to innovate that content and kind of evolve what questions we're asking, what curriculum is available, and how cool that whether it's a specific question or just exploring that content in general, Kahoot gives you so many different presentations of how you might put that. What is the setting of Three Little Pigs into a quiz answer type where you have different multiple choice options, and you can really kind of like scaffold that knowledge acquisition within the content rather than having to revert back to like a quick lecture format. Like we stay away from that just preachy content, and you really just so exemplified and displayed what enthusiasm looks like in learning on Kahoot. And we are so appreciative of that. So many people are sharing, saying, thank you for your efforts. Terrific presentation. Awesome presentation. Ferreira, Maryland is saying, what is her name? I'll give you a last opportunity to introduce and close out your presentation. But we appreciate you, Aspen. Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. Again, my name is Aspen Davis. I'm currently in AIT in Houston Independent School District. You guys feel free to follow me on Twitter at Go Miss Davis. Also follow my Kahoot page. I have a bunch of wonderful Kahoots up. But yes, I am open and welcome to any questions you guys may have outside of this. Please reach out to me. I am here. It's all about Kahoot. And Dean, before I leave, because Dean beat me at my own Kahoot, I don't know where you are. But you owe me a rematch. I'm letting Dean know right now. You owe me a rematch. I don't lose. Okay.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, thank you so much, Aspen.
Absolutely.
And we will totally keep this Kahoot ball rolling. We're capping off an amazing EDU Meetup event today with a very final live Kahoot game. We had one sneak into Aspen's presentation, and we are ready for a full-blown coffee Kahoot again with Kahoot Ambassador Chase. So welcome, Chase, who is an expert in all things student-driven, and he's been helping us really since the beginning of student-centered Kahooting to figure out what it looks like for students and classmates and players to create their own content and what that looks like to brainstorm on that player perspective. So welcome, Chase. Amazing to have you here in another matching shirt. I was saying to Aspen that we have been twinning all day today. So awesome to have another Kahooter back to twin with us.
Hey, everybody. Hannah, thank you for the introduction. And Aspen, amazing energy after a long day. You know, I just got done teaching. Coaching esports. And so coming in on the tail end of that and just kind of eating up that energy that you have. I just need to know if she's going to be in this Kahoot. If so, I'm putting my phone down and I'm not going to participate, because she seems like somebody that has a certain set of skills, and no matter where I am, she will find me. And if you would, just keep the heat over there. Mississippi is hot today. Tomorrow starts fall. It's ridiculous. It's 100 degrees. But yeah, so my journey and path right now with Kahoot is, I think it starts back in 2017 or 18, and I learned it from a random PD, and I'm a gamer. So when I started diving into Kahoot a little bit, I was like, well, this is a lot of fun. And I put a ton of work into the Kahoots that I created for, at the time, my math class. And then working with my learning strats class, and now I'm in integrated arts. So I get to do a lot of the cool things that the tested subject teachers don't get to do. But one of the things I noticed was that my students wanted to create Kahoots. And so I'd always say, sure, hey, do your thing, create one. And then I started to notice some trends with with what they created and how they created it. And it really gave me a reflection on how I taught and how I was a teacher. And so I'm going to cover a lot of those things today. and the information that you're going to see is based off of my experience. And so my data is based off of my classrooms over the last 8 years of 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. And if you're a middle school teacher out there, then you know how brutally honest they can be. And so they're straight shooters, whether they're trying to get their way or not. But that's awesome. We got 45 people in. Oh, well, there's Dean. So Dean is back in it to win it. I love second place. I post stuff like the winners stuff on my Instagram and Facebook and Twitter all the time. And it's funny how I think the kids really try with their names to really make sure that they get second place, that they pick second place. Most recently, they just do the same name, but they decided to capitalize a different letter. So the popular name in 6th grade right now is Bocephus. So they are using that in some form or fashion. But awesome, 60 folks still hanging out with us. That's really cool. So I am not going to play this one. I can already see Dean's in there, so he's definitely going to win. I'm just kidding. Hopefully somebody can dethrone him. He doesn't go 2 for 2. But we're going to get started here. So one of the big things I think that I learned from Kahoot over the last couple of years is that using Kahoot to actually teach through, and it's not just the game, but like I can use it as like a PowerPoint or a slide type of thing. And so what I've already created, I can import and use. And this is kind of one of those things. So we're going to focus today on student-created Kahoots. So right here, I just kind of want to get an idea of what grade level you support. You can type in your answers. And if you happen to teach more than one grade level, just do like 6-8 or something like that, just so we have a good idea of who all is involved. So we're also going to be talking about some time, question time limits, and perspective from students and how they feel about that as well. All right, so we have higher education, nursing, high school is the big one, 9 through 12, college. We got some adult learners, some university, media, I like key stages 3, 4, and 5. So we got a good range of everybody here. That's awesome. And that just goes to show that Kahoot's for anybody. You can find a way to use it, make it work, especially with a lot of the new stuff that we have to do. So today we're going to explore the importance of student-created Kahoots. We're going to talk about the approaches to making Kahoots and also helping students build their games. So you can go ahead and go to that next one. So we saw everybody was able to, we have a lot of different grade levels in there. So what grade levels are creating their own Kahoots? It should be a really easy answer, because if you teach elementary, you pick elementary. If you pick high school, you pick high school. If you teach middle school, if you do higher education or anything else. So yes, anybody can create a Kahoot. But it's our job as a teacher to make sure that we let them know exactly how to create it, how to use the questions to really test their knowledge and not set each other up for failure, but to try to give a little bit of success while we're challenging them. So as I said a second ago, we're going to explore a couple of things today real quick. We're going to explore the importance of student-created Kahoots, approaches to making Kahoots, and helping students build their Kahoot games. So you can go to the next slide there. There we go. So that's what we're doing. And one of the first things that I learned while making Kahoots and helping students make Kahoots was this next quote that you see on the screen, is the feedback from the students. Like I would give a test or we'd do something on a Kahoot and we'd have answers that are wrong. and I wouldn't understand why they were doing so poorly in it. And then through the Kahoots that we did and just through feedback from the students, I realized that I was spending a lot of time on certain things and testing on other things. So it was for the most part, it was the lack of my knowledge of the material that I was teaching and what the importance was. So, you know, if you spend 2 or 3 days on one thing, then when students create Kahoots, that's exactly how they're going to create their Kahoot. If you spend a fleeting moment because you believe, like I did, that they should know this already and I don't need to review and touch it, then they're probably going to skip over it as well. And so you're going to be able to find through the Kahoots that students make the gaps that they have in their knowledge on the content. So we're going to go with a true false statement here real quick and see what you guys think. Assessment information comes only from playing Kahoots and not creating Kahoots. All right, so that is definitely false. The great thing about this is that when students create Kahoots, they will create Kahoots that result in their success. So if it's multiple choice they like, they're only going to do multiple choice. If it's true false, they're only going to do true false. If it's short answer, then they're going to do short answers. Like they're going to make sure that they use their favorite type of question, and that the question wording is exactly the way that that they want it to. So let's see that leaderboard real quick. There we go. We got some sunshine up there, right there in third place. Good job. Dave with the big climb. Well done. So when we're creating Kahoots, students definitely will choose their favorite type of question and their favorite question wording. So you can go to the next slide. There we go. And so monitoring the questions that they use can help us in student achievement. You know, when we're talking about AC test scores or ACT test scores, when we're talking about state testing, we want to make sure that when they're creating Kahoots, that it's going to be representative of how they're going to be tested. And especially not only in the classroom, but with state testing and other tests that they have to take. So making sure that they have a wide variety of tests and not just the ones they want to see is important. Plus, a lot of times they will just take the questions you gave on the syllabus or the questions that are on the study guide and use those things word for word. So helping them change the wording of it is important. So when we're creating Kahoots, you know, the goals that I had in my class, we had some old way of doing it. And so on the next slide, you'll see that the old way of doing it is, yep, one more. There you go. So we got the old way of answer identification and memorization. But now we know that when we're teaching, we have to do a little bit more. So we have to have exploration and conversation, interpretation and application. And Kahoot is able to do all of those. So we have another question coming up is another word cloud that we're going to use to explain information and concepts. So this is about y'all, about which one you use to explain information and concepts. So which one's big blue? Slides. So there's a lot of folks here that do slides with instructions. That's good. Multiple choice. What I love about multiple choice now is that you can have 6 options instead of just 4. So now we have the A, B, C, D, E options in there. I think the puzzle is also a really good one. And one thing I'm seeing on here that is underestimated a lot. Make sure that you guys are using the ghost when you guys are teaching. Let them go back and compete against themselves. All right, let's go to that leaderboard real quick. There we go. So how I guide students is with question types and slides and layouts. And one of the things that I have found that has been really neat and fascinating is when I see my learners debate. We'll go to the next one. And they challenge answer options because they know that you said one day on Wednesday that it was this and not this. And so then they start looking in their textbooks and online, they're trying to find the answers. So through creating their questions, they're also studying, but we're kind of they're tricking themselves into it because they want to make sure they have the best options available, especially when they're playing. So giving them time in between questions to kind of prove you wrong is also an option, but also being able to prove each other wrong because students love doing that. All right. So content skills with Kahoots. Kahoot covers everything. You can try to find a way it doesn't, but it really does. And so these are the three main areas that I see when it comes to creating Kahoots. So in your opinion on this next question is what type is best to assess memorization or recall skills? So we're going to do a drop pin. If you haven't done that one before, you basically just pick which one you think it is. And you drop a pin on top of puzzle, poll, quiz and audio, type answer, any of the different options that you have. And again, we're looking for what you feel is the best to assess memorization or recall skills. Because each one of our classrooms, honestly, is different. Each of our subjects are different in how we retain the knowledge and how we bring it back up for use. So that's really neat. I like that open-ended very much because it allows students to kind of type what they know. They may not do the exact answer that's in the book or what they've got off their notes, but they can explain it to you. And if that's the case, then that's awesome. So content skills for Kahoot formats. I try to let them know that if their objective is to memorize or just recall a skill, that they can use multiple choice, true, false, slider, and puzzle. And if we're looking for opinions on things, then a poll and word cloud are really good because you kind of see where everybody is at on that. So we'll go to the next question here. So we see the list there. There we go. So we're talking about assess and application. So which questions do you feel are best for assessing application skills? Application and analysis. Awesome. I really like those. I really do like those. Go ahead and go to the next slide. And so what I tell my students is that for application and analysis, knowledge-wise, we want to focus on our multiple choice matching and type answer. And if we're looking at an opinion, the word cloud, open-ended, and brainstorm. And if you haven't used brainstorm yet, brainstorm is a really cool one because everyone has their opinion. It gives my students the opportunity to kind of do a word walk to where they can see what everybody is thinking and give their opinions on what they're talking about. And that brainstorm creates direction for class sometimes and also allows me to see where they think class is going and to be able to cover stuff that maybe is a little lacking, that I haven't covered well enough, or something that just the opposite of that I think that, hey, we need to spend another day on this, but in reality, they're like, we got this. So we can just move on. All right. The next one is for evaluation and creation. So it's definitely the highest level of thought in class that we can do, evaluation and creation. Excellent. We got a lot in type answer and open-ended and poll. All right. So in that list, what I give them for evaluation and creation is puzzle and type answer. And then for opinion is poll, open-ended, and brainstorm. The good thing is that a lot of what Kahoot does and where they list certain things and categorize them, it kind of does, if you notice, a lot of that for you already. So you'll see a lot of your knowledge-based questions are going to be up top where when you're picking your question options, and then your opinion ones are closer to the bottom. And now that doesn't mean that's the way all the time. You can do that as well. You can do multiple choice for opinion. And if you decide to kind of go against the norm and use questions a little out of the ordinary, we've got some student feedback that I've gotten over the last couple of years with my kids. And so the first question, the biggest feedback that I get from students is about time limits on a question. So this next question here that I'm going to get you to answer is, in a student's opinion, how long should the question timer be set? So we have a poll here. I'm getting some information from y'all. And this is really good to do like with your students beginning of the year, if they're familiar with a Kahoot or after you've done a couple, you just get some feedback from them. And so you have a record of it so you can go back and look through everything. So we've got as short as 20 seconds and as long as 4 minutes. And depending on what's being questioned, definitely each one of those have their value to them. Get everybody's answer in. There we go. So if we look at this poll, it's kind of all over the place. Most of us, if we look at percentages, are at 1 minute, and the 2 minute and 4 minute ones are shorter. So definitely some questions will require more time versus others. As a teacher, though, I tend to, early on, I would look at how long does it take me to do it, or how long do I think my kids should do it. And one of the main feedbacks you'll see on this next slide that I got from my students was just that. Like, if I look at the time and I'm working and I don't think I can beat it, I'm just guessing. All right. And they've also said, even if it's a quick true false, or if it's something that I should know, short answer or whatever, 20 seconds is never enough time. Even if they do know the answer, and this is even with one of the new things that Kahoot does, where you can have the questions on the screen, so the kids don't have to go back and forth between the presenter screen and their computer screen or their device, whatever they're using. And they're just the 20 seconds is too stressful for them. So do consider giving them a little bit more. It also helps in the sense of, like, at our school in a rural area, that our internet may not be the best when you have 500-600 kids putting a straw in the Wi-Fi. So going for that 30-second, they'll answer it pretty quickly, and you can always encourage them in case you have that one kid that always waits till 1 second. There's always that one. And if we had Kahoot, that definitely would have been me back in the day. So our next question, true, false. All right, we're talking about points now, the student perspective on points. So turning on points is always crucial to Kahoot creation. We love points. We love the leaderboard. We love seeing the fire next to our name. We love climbing it. We like getting the confetti on our name. We like being in the top 5. We like the podium of top 3. But what I have found is that points are not always crucial. Okay. So I have found that giving points all the time has led to more guessing than actual critical thinking and working towards the right answer, because they know that their reward at the end is going to be being on the podium. All right. And so they know to get on the podium has more to do with points than right answers. So they're more apt, and you guys have probably seen it too, they're more apt to just kind of push a button as quickly as possible, hoping that it's going to be true on the left side. So they're just going to set it up and push real fast. Or I don't know this one, I'm going to just click yellow real quick. They're going to see how long they can get that guessing game going. But then there's also one of my favorite is double points. I do encourage you guys, if you do use points, which we all do, but if you use points, to not use double points on only the hard questions. All right, that stresses them out. That's a direct quote for one of my kids. That I would do is like, we see that as bonus points and we see it as extra credit points and things like that. So by doing double points on only the hard question, your students that understand the work are getting rewarded for that, and rightfully so. But but then at the same time, the spirit of competition, you're setting your kids that are struggling a little bit even further back, because that double points, they weren't able to earn it to its completion. So let's look at the final slide there, the feedback from students, the overall feedback. So I did a brainstorm word cloud type thing with my students at the end of each 9 weeks, because that's how long I have them. And so I asked them just a whole litany of questions, and here's some of the things that they have given me that is tried and true over every single 9 weeks. Lengthwise, they're like 5 to 10 questions on one topic, 10 to 15 if we're talking about two things, and they're like 20 seconds is never enough. They could not stress that as much any more than they could. Points and scoring, they've told me like, hey, if we're learning something new, do it without points. So we're more focused on getting the right answer or doing our best work, and give us as much time as we can. And then include points for assessment or review material, meaning that if we've already learned it and it's time for us to know and kind of test ourselves, let us compete and do that. When it's live play, definitely turn up the music. You can change the music in the game on the main screen. A great reward is being able to, for a student that won the last time, or they finally made the leaderboard because they said out loud, I never make the podium, or they had the largest climb because they had a few wrong answers, but they came back, type of thing. Let them pick the lobby music. They can't go wrong with it. And also on those days that you're feeling generous, and you know that class has been doing the right thing, let them do the emojis. Give them some time to pick their names and nicknames. They can come up with some really cool stuff. And if something wrong pops up on the screen, it's a quick click and it's gone. We're talking about kids. It's going to happen some form or fashion. But the other thing is you can kind of see what their interests are, and you can see if they like a certain band, if they follow a certain anime, who's their favorite sports player, what's the current meme that's going around. And so it gives you some insight by allowing them to have a little bit of creativity on that, putting in their names and stuff. So that's all I've got. Thank you all for your patience and for being here all day. And thank you, Hannah, for having me this evening. And so now we have Pat in third place. And then we have Sunshine in second. And then finally, I'm going to say Peter, because if not, I'm going to mispronounce the beginning. So we're just going to say Peter. All right. Congratulations on all of those. And thank you to everybody that stuck around till 5:45 Central Time for me to pop up. I hope you learned a little bit about how the students, or how I approach student created Kahoots, and how to help your students create Kahoots that not only they were proud of, but their friends will want to participate in.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Chase. And thank you for sharing also so many student perspectives. We know that creating classroom content is all fine and dandy, but creating classroom content that students can, 1, enjoy, 2, find interactive, but 3, feel empowered and responsible and autonomous for is hugely important. So we appreciate you relaying all of that amazing student feedback back to us.
Hey, not a problem. Thank you for giving me a spot to let my voice, and most importantly, my students' voices, to be heard.
So true. You are welcome. We are so appreciative of you, Chase. And Chase's Kahoot, as well as all of our other coffee Kahoots from today's meetup, will be available on our post-event blog recap. So be sure to check them out and review with your teammates, colleagues, or maybe back to your students, should you like to continue your learning on demand and offline as well. Today, we are concluding our Kahoot EDU Meetup event, and I just want to share a moment of thanks for all of our crew members and teacher presenters that tuned in today and helped make the show possible, but also all those that joined our agenda in the back to school craziness. We know it's in full swing right now, so thank you to each and every one of you, for our participants, for contributing your ideas, your energy, and your expertise to the session today. We have so loved engaging with you online via chat, but also via social media, especially on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook these past few weeks, both live and throughout our countdown. After a random drawing for our back to school contest, we are really excited to announce our winners for all of the back to school countdown activities, craziness, and exploration. So please join me in celebrating our winners for this back to school contest. After 7 weeks of sharing, posting, and promoting, our winners are 3 of our teacher posters from Twitter. We have Mrs. Mac Revere, Miss Holmes 20, and Mrs. V Reads. So we'll be in touch with you via Twitter. A definite round of applause and congratulations to those teachers for sharing how they get ready for back to school with Kahoot. But of course, congratulations to the teachers and classroom superheroes on Twitter, off Twitter, on our chat, on our presentations, and with us around the world as teachers of awesome. There are so many opportunities to continue Kahooting and continuing to grow your Kahoot toolkit. So we hope that you stay learning with us to continue making learning awesome. We also encourage you to visit all of our on-demand recordings for the sessions throughout our meetup today, whether on our Kahoot website or back up on the meetup registration page. We'll send out an email to all of our participants with links to these recordings, downloadable resources like Kahoot templates, and certificates to verify you're awesome throughout our meetup today. We hope that you start using all of these amazing features with our Premium Plus offer for back to school at 25% off right now and just for a limited time. So definitely important to take advantage of that discount while it's available. And at that, we have finished our Kahoot EDU meetup today. We are so excited to see how you continue making learning awesome, and we will see you next time on the podium. Happy Kahooting!
يا بنت ايش الحماس ده طلعت لي غرة يا شيخ عهدي يلا يا حلوة يلا يا طعمة باي باي يلا مع السلامة يا بنت قدام المدرسة المديرة هتطرد يخلص مو وقته دحين يلا يا بابا الناس يلا مع السلامة مو وقته الحين قدام المدرسة امشي يا شيخة يلا مع يا شيخة